websites and research reports. It's gonna supercharge your productivity. You can access all these AI models and image and video generators and Deep Agent for only $10 a month. This is way cheaper than if you paid for each tool separately. Definitely check out ChatLLM that comes with Deep Agent in
Plural of back alley. Back alleyway. A back alley. Back alleyways. Plural of back alleyway. Back and fill. To manage the sails of a ship so that the wind strikes them alternately in front and behind, in order to keep the ship in the middle of a river or channel while the current or tide carries the vessel against the wind. Back and filled. Simple past and past participle of back and fill. Back and filling. Present participle and gerund of back and fill. Back and fills. Third person singular simple present indicative of back and fill. Back and for. Back and forth from one place to another and back again. Back and forth from one place to another and back again. Back and forths. Plural of back and forth. Back and forward. Synonym of back and forth. Baccano. An announcement at the end of a broadcast item and relating back to that item. Baccanos. Plural of baccano. Baccannounce. A brief statement or synopsis identifying a piece of music or story when it completes. Outro. Backannounced. Simple past and past participle of backannounce. Backannouncement. Synonym of backannounce. Outro. Backannouncements. Plural of backannouncement. Backannounces. Plural of backannounce. Backannouncing. Present participle and gerund of backannounce. Backanswer. A sharp reply given to someone. Backanswers. Plural of backanswer. Back at yet. Pronunciation spelling of back at you. Back at you. Used to return a greeting or insult. Back at. Pronunciation spelling of back at you. Back away. To move in a direction opposite to that which one is facing, keeping one's attention on the thing in front, being avoided. Backazimuth. Alternative form of backazimuth. Backazimuths. Plural of backazimuth. Back bacon. Bacon prepared from center-cut, boneless pork loin. Back Bay. A neighborhood of Boston, Massachusetts, United States. Back beam. Synonym of back course. Back beams. Plural of back beam. Back bearing. A bearing taken pointing to the exact opposite direction to the direction heading. Back bearings. Plural of back bearing. That beat. Eddie of even beats in music as opposed to the Adamis. That beats. Plural of back beat. Back bench. Alternative form of backbench noun. Back benches. Plural of back bench. Backbiter. Alternative form of backbiter. Backbiters. Plural of backbiter. Alternative form of backbiter. Backblocks. Remote countryside. Backboard. The border at the extreme ends of the sheet. Backboards. Plural of backboard. Backboiler. A boiler that supplies a central heating and hot water system and is fitted into a fireplace recess, normally behind a gas fire. Backboilers. Plural of backboiler. Backbone. Alternative form of backbone. Backbones. Plural of backbone. Backbuffer. A buffer used to store graphics while they are being drawn and later copied to the display in a single operation. Backbuffers. Plural of backbuffer. Backburr. Alternative spelling of backburn. Backburner. A section of a stove used to keep some pots warm while one focuses on others. Backburners. plural of back burner. Back burns, plural of back burn. Back butter, alternative form of back butter. Back butter, simple past and past participle of back butter. Back buttering, present participle and gerund of back butter. Back butters, third person singular simple present indicative of back butter. Back catalog, U.S. spelling of back catalog. Back catalogs, plural of back catalog. Back catalog, a listing of all the works of a specific artist or all the books, records, etc. of a specific publisher, including works that are no longer available. Back catalogs, plural of back catalog. Back channel, the smaller of two channels in a river that diverge to form an island. Back channels, plural of back channel. Back chat, alternative form of back chat. Back chats, plural of back chat. Back chatted, simple past and past participle of back chat. Back chatting, present participle and gerund of back chat. Back country, alternative form of backcountry. Back course, the approach course formed by the rear lobe of the signal pattern of a localizer antenna array, the portion of the localizer's signal emitted from the rear face of the antenna array, oriented in the reciprocal direction to the primary approach course, i.e. the back course. If a usable back course exists at all, will be rotated 180 degrees from the primary course, not produced in usable form by all localizers, with newer equipment radiating very little signal into the rear and side lobes, not enough to allow for a back course approach. Back courses, plural of back course. Back cover, the cover on the opposite side of the front cover of a book, magazine, etc. Back of the book, associated with sports pages in publications. Back covers, plural of back cover. Back crawl, a style of swimming using the backstroke. Back cross, a throw where the object is caught and then thrown from behind the back. Back crosses, plural of back cross. Back day, a day dedicated to exercising one's back. Back days, plural of back day. Back dive, a backwards dive. Back dives, plural of back dive. Back door, a subsidiary entrance to a building or house at its rear, normally away from the street. Backdoor slider, a baseball pitch that begins by entering outside the plate, but then breaks back in toward the plate at the last minute. Backdoor sliders, plural of backdoor slider. Backdoored, simple past and past participle of backdoor. Backdooring, present participle and gerund of backdoor. Backdoors, plural of backdoor. Back double biceps, a standard pose in which both sets of biceps and back muscles are flexed, with one's back turned toward the judges. Back down, to take a less aggressive position in a conflict than one previously had or has planned to have. Backdraft, alternative form of backdraft. Backdrafts, plural of backdraft. Backdraft, alternative form of backdraft. Backdrafts, plural of backdraft. Back east, in the eastern part of a country or region. Back end, the rear, back, or unseen portion of something. Back ends, plural of back end. Back engineering, synonym of reverse engineering. Back something. Back ends, plural of back end. Back engineering, synonym of reverse engineering. Back extension, synonym of hyperextension exercise. Back extensions, plural of back extension. Back weight, plural of back foot. Backfield, alternative form of backfield. Backfields, plural of backfield. Backfire, a small, controlled fire set in the path of a larger uncontrolled fire in order to limit the spread of the large fire by removing its fuel. Backfires, plural of backfire. Backfire, collectively, the backs, the two wings, fullback, outside center, and inside center. Back fives, plural of back five. Back foot, the batsman's foot closest to the wicket. Back foot shot, a shot played by the batsman with most of his weight on the back foot. Back foot shots, plural of back foot shot. Back formation, alternative form of back formation. Back formations, plural of back formation. Back 40s, plural of back 40. Back 40, the remote part of a farm. Back 4, the set of 4 defenders in a team. Back 4s, plural of back 4. Backgammon player, a person, chiefly a homosexual, who has anal sex. Backgammon players, plural of backgammon player. Back garden, a garden at the rear of a property. Back gardens, plural of back garden. Back gate, the gate at the back of a property, especially a residential property, often leading onto a lane. Back gates, plural of back gate. Back gray, a piece of dark, heavy cotton cloth that is run under another piece of cloth to be printed, serving to take up the color on the roller outside the width of the print cloth. Back grays, plural of back gray. Background, obsolete form of background. Back history, synonym of backstory. Back hole, the anus now sometimes, especially if a trans man. Back home, in one's hometown. Back house, alternative form of back house, any outbuilding, an outhouse. Back houses, plural of back house. Back in, to reverse a vehicle into a space. Back in day, alternative form of back in the day. Back in the day, in the distant past, especially at a time fondly remembered the good old days. Back in the days, misspelling of back in the day. Back in the game, having recovered from a disadvantageous position. Back in the groove, a return to one's former or previous self, a return to normalcy or stability. Back in the knife drawer, Miss Shar said as a retort to somebody who has made a cutting remark. Back in the saddle, returned to one's normal, healthy, functioning state as from an interruption or setback. Back into, to advance to the postseason as a result of another team's loss, especially where one's own team has also lost. Back issue, an edition of a magazine, etc., that was published earlier than the current edition. Back issues, plural of back issue. Back kitchen, a scullery. Back kitchens, plural of back kitchen. Back labor, intense pain in one's back while in labor giving birth. Back labors, plural of back labor. Back labor, UK spelling of back labor. Back labors, plural of back labor. Back lane, an alleyway that runs behind a row of houses or between rows of houses. Back lanes, plural of back lane. Back lever, a static hold normally performed on a horizontal bar, consisting in hanging horizontally and straight with the front of the body facing downwards. Back levers, plural of back lever. Back line, collectively, the defenders of a team. Back lines, plural of back line. Back load, alternative form of backload. Back loads, plural of back load. Back matter, the parts of a book that appear after the main portion of the body text. Back nine, the final 9 holes of the 18 holes that make up a golf course. Back nines, plural of back 9. Back number, a back issue of a magazine, etc. Back numbers, plural of back number. Back-o beyond, alternative form of back of beyond. Back-o berk, add or to an extremely remote place. Back of beyond, a very remote place. Back of house, the part of a restaurant, etc. that is not open to the public. Back of one's hand, up. Back of one's mind. One's remote memory. Back of the book. Less important or less hard-hitting material relegated to the later pages of a print publication or the later stages of a television broadcast. Back of the net. A smug expression of triumph or happiness. Back of the Wight. An area on the south coast of the Isle of Wight, England. Back off. To move backwards away from something. Back office. The IT and infrastructure support services for a company, separate from the public face of the business. Back offices. Plural of back office. Back onto. Alternative spelling of back onto. Back one out. To defecate. Back oneself into a corner. Synonym of paint oneself into a corner. Back onto. To reverse a vehicle onto something. Back order. An order that cannot be currently filled or shipped, but is requested nonetheless for when the item becomes available again. Back ordered. Simple past and past participle of back order. Back ordering. Present participle and gerund of back order. Back orders. Plural of back order. Back out. To reverse a vehicle from a confined space. Backpack. Alternative form of backpack. Backpacks. Plural of backpack. Back page. The final page of a publication, especially a book or magazine. Back pages. Plural of back page. Back pain. Pain felt in the back. Back pains. Plural of back pain. Back pass. An intentional pass to the goalkeeper by a teammate. Back passage. The anus or rectum. Back passages. Plural of back passage. Back passes. Plural of back pass. Back pat. Alternative form of back pat. Back paths. Plural of back pat. Back pay. A withheld payment for work which has already been completed or which could have been completed had the employee not been prevented from doing so. Back payment. An overdue payment from a debtor to a creditor on money owed. Back payments. Plural of back payment. Back pays. Plural of back pay. Back pedal brake. Synonym of coaster brake. Back pedal brakes. Plural of back pedal brake. Back pocket. A pocket found on the back of a pair of trousers. Back pockets. Plural of back pocket. Back pointer. A pointer that reciprocates another structure's pointer to its own containing structure, typically found in doubly linked lists and trees. Back porch. A porch at the rear of a building. Back porches. Plural of back porch. Back posts. Far posts. Back posts, plural of back posts. Back projection, a cinematic technique in which live action is filmed in front of a screen on which the background action or a background scene is projected. Back projections, plural of back projection. Back rank, the row on the board on which the pieces, for example, king, queen, start. Back ranks, plural of back rank. Back road, a secondary road, a little used road, a road through rural areas sometimes used as an alternative to main roads. Back roads, plural of back road. Back room, alternative spelling of back room. Back rooms, plural of back room. Back row, the last row of seats in a theater or any group of seats. Back rows, plural of back row. Backscatter, alternative form of backscatter. Backscatter, simple past and past participle of backscatter. Backscattering, present participle of backscatter. Backscatters, plural of backscatter. Backscratcher, alternative spelling of backscratcher. Backscratchers, plural of backscratcher. Backscrubber, a utensil in the form of a brush or a sponge on a long handle, used to scrub the back while bathing. Backscrubbers, plural of backscrubber. Back seat, any of the seats in the rear of a vehicle. Back seats, plural of back seat. Back shell, alternative form of back shell. Back shells, plural of back shell. Back slang, alternative form of back slang. Back slangs, plural of back slang. Back slap, a slap delivered with the back of one's hand instead of the palm side of an open hand. Back slaps, plural of back slap. Backslash, synonym of backslash. Backslashes, plural of backslash. Back squat, a form of squat exercise in which the bar is held on the back of the body upon the upper trapezius muscle near the base of the neck or across the upper back and rear deltoids. Backstairs, alternative spelling of backstairs. Backstamp, alternative form of backstamp. Backstories, plural of backstory. Backstory, alternative form of backstory. Back straight, the straight part of a racetrack, running track, etc. opposite the finishing line. The backstretch. Back straight, plural of back straight. Back street, a usually small and narrow street or alley, especially one in inferior or poorer parts of a city, away from the center. Back streets, plural of back street. Backstretch, alternative form of backstretch. Backstretches, plural of backstretch, alternative form of backstretches. Back substitution, a method of solving linear systems that have been transformed into row echelon form. Back substitutions, plural of back substitution. Back talk, alternative form of back talk. Back taxes, taxes that were not paid when due. Back teeth, plural of back tooth. Back that train up, said to a person who is speaking or acting too hastily. Back the field, to bet against a particular horse or horses that someone of all the other horses collectively designated the field will win. Back the right horse, to support someone who will succeed. Back the wrong horse, to support something or someone that later turns out to be unsuccessful. Back then, at that time, at the time referred to in the past. Back time, the time during a broadcast at which previously rehearsed material should begin, in order to fit the schedule correctly. Backtitrate, to carry out backtitration. Backtitrated, simple past and past participle of backtitrate. Backtitrates, third person singular simple present indicative of backtitrate. Backtitrating, present participle and gerund of backtitrate. Backtitration, a form of titration in which an excess of standard reagent is added and then the reverse of the normal titration is carried out. Backtitrations, plural of backtitration. Back-to-back, alternative form of back-to-back. Back-to-back jack, 2 home runs hit by consecutive batters. Back-to-back jacks, plural of back-to-back jack. Back-to-back ticket, any of a series of airline tickets issued with overlapping travel dates used to circumvent airfare minimum stay requirements. Back-to-back tickets, plural of back-to-back ticket. Back to basics, back to fundamental principles. Back to front, turned so that the back is now at the front. Back to nature, turning away from urban environs and attitudes towards an organic, agrarian lifestyle. Back to square one, located back at the start as after a dead end or failure. Back to the drawing board, indicates that one must try a different strategy for achieving some goal following the failure of a recent attempt. Back to the future day, the date October 21, 2015, regarded as commemorative of the movie Back to the Future Part II, in which the main characters use a time machine to travel to this date from the year 1985. Back to the old drawing board, alternative form of back to the drawing board. Back to the wall, a very difficult situation with no beneficial options available for action. Back to, a molar. Back up, to move backwards, especially for a vehicle to do so. Back up the truck, to take advantage of favorable pricing by purchasing a large amount. Back vowel, any vowel sound produced in the back of the mouth, such as ash, you lengthen ash in rule or sash while letter to a tash in pull. Back vowels, plural of back vowel. Back wall, the wall at the back of a racquetball or squash court directly opposite the front wall. Back walls, plural of back wall. Backwash, alternative spelling of backwash. Backwash, simple past and past participle of backwash. Backwashes, plural of backwash. Backwashing, present participle and gerund of backwash. Backwater, alternative spelling of backwater. Backwaters, plural of backwater. Backwheel, synonym of rear wheel. Backwheels, plural of backwheel. Back when, alternative form of way back when. Backyard, alternative spelling of backyard. Backyards, plural of backyard. Dack, crack, and sack, a beauty treatment for men in which hair is removed from the back, from between the buttocks crack and from the scrotum sack. Dack, crack, and sacks, plural of back, crack, and sack. Back, sack, and crack, alternative form of back, crack, and sack. Back in its adverbial senses. Backalley, occurring away from publicity or plural of back and forth. Backannotate, to carry out backannotation. Backannotated, simple past and past participle of backannotate. Backannotates, Third person singular simple present indicative of back annotate. Back annotating. Present participle and gerund of back annotate. Back annotation. The process of updating the logical design of a circuit with physically measured values to allow for more accurate simulation. Back announce. To briefly identify the music or story that has just aired. Back announced. Simple past and past participle of back announce. Back announcement. Alternative form of back announcement. Back announcements. Plural of back announcement. Back announces. Third person singular simple present indicative of back announce. Back announcing. Present participle and gerund of back announce. Back arc. Alternative form of back arc. Back arcs. Plural of back arc. Backwards. Alternative form of backwards. Backwards. Alternative form of ass backwards. Backbench. Alternative form of backbench. Backbencher. Alternative form of backbencher. Backbenchers. Plural of backbencher. Backbenches. Plural of backbench. Backbit. Simple past of backbite. Backbite. Alternative form of backbite. Backbites. Third person singular simple present indicative of backbite. Backbiting. Present participle and gerund of backbite. Backbitten. Past participle of backbite. Backbone. Alternative spelling of backbone. Backbones. Plural of backbone. Backbreaking. Rapper. Alternative form of backreef. Backreference. Alternative form of backreference. Backreferences. Plural of backreference. Backrower. A player who plays in the back row of the scrum. Backrowers. Plural of backrower. Backscatter. Alternative form of backscatter. Backscatter. Simple past and past participle of backscatter. Backscattering. Present participle of backscatter. Backscatters. Third person singular simple present indicative of backscatter. Backseat. Alternative spelling of backseat. Backseat drive. To engage in the habit or practice of backseat driving. Backseat driven. Past participle of backseat drive. Backseat driver. An occupant of a large vehicle, such as a fire truck, who helps steer the vehicle from far in the back. Backseat drivers. Plural of backseat driver. Backseat drives. Third person singular simple present indicative of backseat drive. Backseat driving. Excessive commenting on the actions and decisions of someone operating a motor vehicle by a person who is not operating the vehicle. Backseat drove. Simple past of backseat drive. Backseat game. To commentate excessively on the in-game decisions and actions of someone playing a video game whilst not playing the game. Backseat gamed. Simple past and past participle of backseat game. Backseat gamer. A person who excessively commentates on the in-game decisions and actions of someone playing a video game whilst not playing the game. Backseat gamers. Plural of backseat gamer. Backseat games. Third person singular simple present indicative of backseat game. Backseat gaming. Excessive commenting on the actions and decisions of someone playing a video game by a person who is not playing the game. Backseat moderator. A user who is not a moderator but zealously identifies and polices rule-breaking by others. Backseat moderators. Plural of backseat moderator. Backseats. Plural of backseat. Backside, alternative form of backside. Backsides, plural of backside. Backslang, alternative spelling of backslang. Backslangs, plural of backslang. Backslappery, the act of patting oneself or someone else on the back. Backslapping, alternative spelling of backslapping. Backspelling, a specific spelling of a word representing a phonetic feature never present in it, but was present in other words in the same phonetic environment and was later lost, or the practice of making such spellings. Backstepping, alternative spelling of backstepping. Backstabbing, alternative spelling of backsteppy. Backstairs, alternative form of backstairs. Backstop, alternative spelling of backstop. Backstops, plural of backstop. Backstories, plural of backstory. Backstory, alternative form of backstory. Backstreet, alternative form of backstreet. Backstretch, alternative form of backstretch. Backstretches, plural of backstretch, alternative form of backstretches. Backsweeten, to sweeten an alcoholic drink after fermentation by adding further sugar. Backsweeten, simple past and past participle of backsweeten. Backsweetening, present participle and gerund of backsweeten. Backsweetens, third person singular simple present indicative of backsweeten. Backtaxi, alternative form of backtaxi. Backtiming, a technique used in radio, television, and mass media to calculate the amount of remaining time before an event or task ends by counting down backwards from the end of the program in order to ensure that the event concludes on time or within a specific time limit. Back-to-back, sequential or consecutive. Back-to-back connection, the direct connection of the output of one telecommunications device to the input of another. Back-to-back connections, plural of back-to-back connection. Back-to-back loan, a transaction where a sum borrowed for one country is secured by a deposit of the same company internal financing or its stakeholder external financing at the same or two different operating companies of the lending financial institution, which may have different legal consequences under taxation law, motivated by hedging against currency fluctuations, restrictive banking regulations in the target country, tax avoidance or money laundering, etc. Back-to-back loans, plural of back-to-back loan. Back-to-back, sequential or consecutive in the case of exactly three events. Back-to-backs, plural of back-to-back. Back to basics, alternative spelling of back to basics. Back to nature, alternative form of back to nature. Back to school, of or related to coming back to school after a vacation or break. Back to school night, an informational event in the evening where students' guardians meet their students' teachers and are introduced to the routine, curriculum policy, etc. Back to school nights, plural of back to school night. Back to work order, a legally binding directive issued by a court of law, legislature, or other authority that requires workers who are engaging in a strike or similar labor action to return to work. Back to work orders, plural of back to work order. Backtrack, alternative form of backtrack. Backtrack, simple past and past participle of backtrack. Backtracking, present participle and gerund of backtrack. Backtracks, third person singular simple present indicative of backtrack. Backtranslate, to translate a translated text back to the original language. Back translated. Simple past and past participle of back translate. Back translates. Third person singular simple present indicative of back translate. Back translating. Present participle and gerund of back translate. Back translation. The process of translating a previously translated document back into the original language. Back translations. Plural of back translation. Back transliterate. To transliterate a transliteration back into the original script. Back transliterated. Simple past and past participle of back transliterate. Back transliterates. Third person singular simple present indicative of back transliterate. Back transliterating. Present participle and gerund of back transliterate. Back transliteration. The process of transliterating a transliteration back into the original script. Back transliterations. Plural of back transliteration. Backup. Alternative form of backup. Backups. Plural of backup. Backwashable. Alternative form of backwashable. Backwater. Alternative form of backwater. The water held back by a dam or other obstruction. Backwaters. Plural of backwater. Bachka. A historical region presently divided between Vojvodina, autonomous province of Serbia and Hungary. Bachka Topola. A town and municipality of Vojvodina, Serbia. Backable. That can or should be backed or supported in a contest. Backabush. The bush, forested land that has not been developed or built on. Backache. Any pain or ache in the back. Backaches. Plural of backache. Backache. Alternative spelling of backache. Backhatching. Causing a pain in one's back. Backache. Suffering from a backache. Backactor. Alternative form of back actor. Backactors. Plural of backactor. Backaction. Any action in an opposite direction. Backactions. Plural of backaction. Backactor. Alternative form of back actor. Backactors. Plural of backactor. Backed. The rear part of a property or building that faces away from the main artery. Backache. Rare spelling of backache. Backal. Of or involving a person's back rather than the front or side. Backalong. In former times, in the past. Backannotation. Alternative form of backannotation. Backarapper. A firework made from multiple firecrackers folded together so that they will explode one after the other. Backarappers. Plural of backarapper. Baccarar. White or European. Backarc. The landward region of a volcanic chain, opposite the subduction zone. Backarcs. Plural of backarc. Becker. Alternative form of backair. Back-ass word. Alternative form of ass backwards. Back-ass words. Alternative spelling of back-ass words. Makata. Pronunciation spelling of back at you. Makadev. Backing financial or otherwise, support. Makazima. A projection of the azimuth from the origin to the opposite side of the azimuth circle. Makazimuths. Plural of backazimuth. Backball. A children's game in which one player throws a ball backwards over his or her head toward the others who attempt to catch it. Backband. A strap that passes over the back of a horse, used to hold up the shafts of a carriage. Backbands. Plural of backband. Backbar. The area behind the counter at a soda fountain where drinks are prepared. Athiya. An island at the back of a lagoon. Back barriers. Plural of back barrier. Vaquero, a village in Haverthwaite Parish, Westmoreland and Furness, northeast of Ulverston, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref SD 3584. Back bars, plural of back bar. Backbeach, the area of beach furthest from the water's edge, the backshore. Back beaches, plural of back beach. That the sharp accent on the second and fourth beats of rock music in 4/4 time. Backbeats, plural of backbeat. Backbench, relating to the backbenches in Parliament. Backbencher, a member of Parliament who does not have cabinet rank and who therefore sits on one of the backbenches or in one of the back rows of the legislature. Backbenchers, plural of backbencher. Backbenches, plural of backbench. Backhand, a move in which the performer bends backwards until the hands touch the floor or catches him/herself with the hands. Backbended, simple past and past participle of backbend. Backbending, present participle and gerund of backbend. Backbends, plural of backbend. Backbite, simple past and past participle of backbend. Backbit, simple past and past participle of backbite. That day, to make spiteful, slanderous, or defamatory statements about someone. Backbiter, a person who says nasty things about another person behind the second person's back, that is, out of their sight and hearing. Backbiters, plural of backbiter. Backbites, third person singular simple present indicative of backbite. Backbiting, the action of slandering a person without that person's knowledge. Backbitingly, in a backbiting manner. Backbitings, plural of backbiting. Backbitten, past participle of backbite. Backblast, a dangerous blast of hot gas behind a rocket or missile when it is fired. Backblasts, plural of backblast. Backblah, a remote tract of land in the interior, hence in plural sparsely populated country far from major cities and lacking conveniences common in urban areas. Backblocks, plural of backblock. Backboard, the flat vertical surface to which the basket is attached. Backboard, simple past and past participle of backboard. Backboarding, present participle and gerund of backboard. Backboards, plural of backboard. Backbond, an instrument which, in conjunction with another making an absolute disposition, backbones, plural of backbone. Backbore, the section between the throat and shank of the mouthpiece of a brass instrument. Backbord, simple past and past participle of backbore. Backbores, plural of backbore. Backboring, present participle and gerund of backbore. Backbox, the rear upright section of a pinball machine, usually incorporating the score display. Backboxes, plural of backbox. Backbreaker, a strenuous and exhausting task typically involving physical effort. Backbreakers, plural of backbreaker. Backbreaking, of work, very physically tiring. backbreakingly, in a backbreaking manner. Backbrief, a summary of a received briefing given by the briefed person to the commanding officer to ensure that instructions have been properly understood. Backbriefs, plural of backbrief. Backbulge, the diapason farthest from the origin in a foreland basin. Backbulges, plural of backbulge. Backburn, a controlled burn, lit in the path of a wildfire in order to deprive it of combustible material. Backburned, simple past and past participle of backburn. Backburner, alternative form of backburner. Backburner, simple past and past participle of backburner. Backburnering, present participle and gerund of backburner. Backburners, plural of backburner. Backburning, present participle and gerund of backburn. Backburns, plural of backburn. Backburnt, simple past and past participle of backburn. Backcalculate, to perform backcalculation. Backcalculated, simple past and past participle of backcalculate. Backcalculation, a form of calculation in which input parameters are adjusted until the calculated result coincides with the actual result found. Backcalculations, plural of backcalculation. Mac card, the piece of card used as backing for the clear plastic bubble that contains a packaged toy. Mac cards, plural of back card. Mac care, the care of the back. Mac asked, to identify the actions required in order to reach a proposed future. Mac casted, simple past and past participle of backcasts. Backcasting, present participle and gerund of backcasts. Backcasts, third person singular simple present indicative of backcasts. Backchain, to perform inferences, starting with a list of goals or a hypothesis and working backwards from the consequent to the antecedent. Backchain, simple past and past participle of backchain. Backchaining, present participle and gerund of backchain. Backchains, third person singular simple present indicative of backchain. Backchannel, alternative form of backchannel. Backchanneled, simple past and past participle of backchannel. Backchanneling, present participle and gerund of backchannel. Backchanneled, simple past and past participle of backchannel, alternative spelling of backchanneled. Backchanneling, present participle and gerund of backchannel. Backchannels, third person singular simple present indicative of backchannel. Backchat, cheeky or impertinent responses, especially to criticism. Backchats, plural of backchat. Backchatted, simple past and past participle of backchat. Backchatting, present participle and gerund of backchat. Backchat, to check an opposing player while skating toward or near one's own goal. Backchecked, simple past and past participle of backcheck. Backchecker, one who backchecks, thus. Backcheckers, plural of backchecker. Backchecking, present participle and gerund of backcheck. Backchecks, third person singular simple present indicative of backcheck. Backflash, egg corn of backlash. Backplot, the painted scenery at the back of a stage, the backdrop. Backgloss, plural of backclaw. Backcomb, to hold hair and comb it towards the head, thus giving it a bushier look. Backcombed, simple past and past participle of backcomb. Backcombing, present participle and gerund of backcomb. Backcombs, Third person singular simple present indicative of backcountry. Backcountries, plural of backcountry. Backcountry, a remote region, countryside that is relatively inaccessible. Backcourt, a courtyard behind a housing block or tenement building. Backcourtman, a backcourt player. Backcourt mate, a fellow teammate on the backcourt. Backcourt mates, plural of backcourt mate. Backcourtmen, plural of backcourtmen. Backcourts, plural of backcourt. Backgraw, backstroke. Backcrest, to cross a hybrid with one of its parents. Backcrest, simple past and past participle of backcrest. Backcresses, plural of backcross. Backcrossing, the crossing of a hybrid with one of its parents or an individual genetically similar to its parent. Backcrossings, plural of backcrossing. Backdam, a dam that lies to the rear of something. Backdams, plural of backdam. Backdash, a backwards dashing movement. Backdashes, plural of backhash. Backdate, to give or assign a date to a document that is earlier than the current or true date. Backdated, simple past and past participle of backdate. Backdater, one who backdates. Backdaters, plural of backdater. Backdates, third person singular simple present indicative of backdate. Backdating, present participle and gerund of backdate. Backdatings, plural of backdating. Vacuum, a deeply subsiding epiogeosynclinal basin or trough epiogeosyncline with no or limited volcanism associated with narrow uplifts over a deformed, intruded eugeosyncline from which it derives its sediments, a postorogenic geosynclinal basin. Backdeeps, plural of backdeep. Backdiffusion, diffusion against the flow of a fluid. Backdilute, to dilute a solution that has become concentrated typically in a quantitative manner. Backdiluted, simple past and past participle of backdilute. Backdonation, the transfer of one or more electrons from an atomic orbital of an atom to an antibonding orbital of a ligand. Backdonations, plural of backdonation. Backdoor, alternative form of backdoor. Backdoor pilot, alternative form of backdoor pilot. Backdoor pilots, plural of backdoor pilot. Backdoor progression, a chord progression of Roman 4/7 to flat Roman 7/7 to I, common in jazz. Backdoor trots, diarrhea. Backdoor, simple past and past participle of backdoor. Backdooring, present participle and gerund of backdoor. Backdoors, plural of backdoor. Backtown, an act of backing down, a retraction or withdrawal. Backtowns, plural of backdown. Backdraft, sudden, dangerous recombustion that occurs when there is a rapid reintroduction of oxygen to an enclosed space containing a fire. Backdrafts, plural of backdraft. Backdraft, alternative spelling of backdraft. Backdrafts, plural of backdraft. Backdrivability, the ability of a system of gears to be operated by applying a force to the output transmitting force through the gear train in the reverse of the usual direction. Backdrivable, able to be operated by applying a force to the output transmitting force through the gear train in the reverse of the usual direction. Backdrive, operated a system of gears by applying a force to the output, transmitting force through the gear train in the reverse of the usual direction. Backdriving, present participle of backdrive. Backdrop, a decorated cloth hung at the back of a stage. Backdropped, simple past and past participle of backdrop. Backdropping, present participle and gerund backdrop. Backdrops, plural of backdrop. Bagdune, one of a pair of sand dunes, furthest from the coast, separated from a forgin by a trough. Bagdunes, plural of Bagdune. Have a surname. Back, simple past and past participle of back. Backed away, simple past and past participle of back away. Backed blade, a prehistoric flint knife with one edge blunted backed and the other sharpened. Backed blades, plural of backed blade. Backed down, simple past and past participle of back down. Backed in, simple past and past participle of back in. Backed into, simple past and past participle of back into. Backed off, simple past and past participle of back off. Backed onto, simple past and past participle of back onto. Backed one out, simple past and past participle of back one out. Backed oneself into a corner, simple past and past participle of back oneself into a corner. Backed onto, simple past and past participle of back onto. Backed out, simple past and past participle of back out. Backed the field, simple past and past participle of back the field. Backed the right horse, simple past and past participle of back the right horse. Backed the wrong horse, simple past and past participle of back the wrong horse. Backed up, simple past and past participle of back up. Backed up the truck, simple past and past participle of back up the truck. Backed water, simple past and past participle of back water. Back end, alternative form of back end. Mackindish, autumnal, cold or chilly. Back ends, plural of back end. Backenstos, a surname. Backer, a surname. Backerboard, alternative form of backerboard. Backer up, one who or that which backs up in various senses. Backerboard, a board used behind or under other material, often as support. Backerboards, plural of backerboard. Batters, plural of backer. Mackests, superlative form of back, most back. Macketh, a shallow wooden trough for carrying ashes, coals, etc. Backets, plural of backet. Backface, the back side of a face of a mesh, which typically will never face the camera and can thus be called discarded from the list of items to be rendered. Back faces, plural of back face. Backfall, a fall or throw on the back. Back falls, plural of back fall. Fat, fat of the back, especially of pigs. Back hats, plural of back fat. Backhutter, a pig yielding significant back hat. Backhutters, plural of backfatter. Backfield, the rear part of the field of play, particularly. Backfielder, a player stationed in the backfield. Backfielders, plural of backfielder. Backfields, plural of backfield. Backfile, a file of documents in paper or fiche format that have no digital equivalent. Backfile conversion, the scanning of a back file and subsequent saving in a digital format. Backfile conversions, plural of backfile conversion. Backfiles, plural of backfile. Backfill, to refill a hole with the material dug out of it. Backfilled, simple past and past participle of backfill. Backholer, a machine for refilling an excavation. Backholers, plural of backfiller. Backfilling, the process by which something is backfilled. Backfillings, plural of backfilling. Backfills, plural of backfill. Backfin, the rear fin of a fish. Backfins, plural of backfin. Backfire, to fire in the opposite direction, for example due to an obstruction in the barrel. Backfire effect, the finding that, faced with evidence that contradicts their beliefs, people can reject the evidence and believe even more strongly. Backfire effects, plural of backfire effect. Backfired, simple past and past participle of backfire. Backfirer, one who lights a backfire. Backfires, plural of backfirer. Backfires, plural of backfire. Backfiring, present participle and gerund of backfire. Backfirings, plural of backfiring. Backfish, a teenage or late adolescent girl. Backfish, plural of backfish. Backfishes, plural of backfish. Backfist, a punch performed by forming a fist and striking with the tops of the two largest knuckles. Backfists, plural of backfists. Backfit, to retrofit. Backfits, third person singular simple present indicative of backfit. Backfitted, simple past and past participle of backfit. Backfitting, present participle and gerund of backfit. Backlash, the hazardous situation where the flame propagates backward down the hose of an oxyfuel welding and cutting system. Backflashes, plural of backflash. Backflip, an act of rotating one's body 360 degrees in the backward direction. Backflipped, simple past and past participle of backflip. Backflipping, present participle and gerund of backflip. Backflips, plural of backflip. Backlop, a diving error that results in the diver's back making an impact on the surface of the water. Backlops, plural of backflop. Backflow, the flow of a fluid through a pipe etc. in a direction opposite to that which is normal or intended. Backload, simple past and past participle of backflow. Backflowing, flowing backwards. Backflows, plural of backflow. Backflush, a temporary reversal of the flow of fluid, especially of liquid, through a membrane. Backflush, simple past and past participle of backflush. Backflushes, plural of backflush. Backflushing, present participle and gerund of backflush. Backflux, flux in the reverse direction. Backfluxes, plural of backflux. Backfolded, folded back on itself. Backholding, a folding backwards. Backfoldings, plural of backfolding. Backfoot, to put on the defensive, to put off balance. Backfooted, simple past and past participle of backfoot. Backfooting, present participle and gerund of backfoot. Backlets. Third person singular simple present indicative of back foot. Back form. Alternative form of back form. Back formation. Alternative spelling of back formation. Back formations. Plural of back formation. Back friend. A friend who supports someone. A person who has someone's back. A backer is supporter. Back friends. Plural of back friend. Back furrow. The line of piled soil thrown up beside a furrow when it is created by a plow. Back furrowed. Simple past and past participle of back furrow. Back furrowing. Present participle and gerund of back furrow. Back furrows. Plural of back furrow. Backgang. Aerolapse. Backgames. Plural of backgang. Backgame. A game in which a player blocks the opponent's progress by forming 2 or more points in the opponent's home board. Backgames. Plural of backgame. Backgammon. A board game for 2 players in which each has 15 stones which move between 24 triangular points according to the roll of a pair of dice. The object is to move all of one's pieces around and bear them off the board. Backgammon. Simple past and past participle of backgammon. Backgammoner. A player of backgammon. Backgammoners. Plural of backgammoner. Backgammoning. Present participle and gerund of backgammon. Backgammons. Third person singular simple present indicative of backgammon. Backgate. A gate that supplies a negative voltage. Backgated. Equipped with a backgate. Backgates. Plural of backgate. Backglass. An upright graphic panel mounted on the front of the back box and decorated with game artwork. Backglasses. Plural of backglass. Backgrind. To use the backgrinding process in semiconductor manufacture. Backgrinding. A semiconductor manufacturing process for grinding the backside of a wafer. Backgrindings. Plural of backgrinding. Backgrinds. Third person singular simple present indicative of backgrind. Background. Less important or less noticeable in a scene or system. Background check. A report on a person's legal and criminal personal history. Background checks. Plural of background check. Background fodder. A work or medium used mostly for the purpose of boosting the enjoyment of another medium. Background investigation. A background check. Background investigations. Plural of background investigation. Background music. Any music played in a public space whose main function is to create an atmosphere suitable to a specific occasion, rather than to be listened to. Background noise. Any sound other than the sound being monitored, the primary sound, a form of noise pollution or interference. Background noises. Plural of background noise. Background process. A process that is not currently able to receive input from its controlling terminal. Background processes. Plural of background process. Background processing. The execution of a subsidiary operation by a computer while the user works with another application. Background radiation. Ionizing radiation that is naturally present in the environment. Background radiation equivalent time. A unit of measurement of ionizing radiation dosage amounting to 1 day worth of average human exposure to background radiation. Background radiation equivalent times. Plural of background radiation equivalent time. Background radiations. Plural of background radiation. Background right. synonym of unenumerated right. Background rights, plural of background right. Backgrounded, simple past and past participle of background. Backgrounder, a briefing or document typically provided prior to a meeting or other event that gives basic details on subjects that are likely to be mentioned. Backgrounders, plural of backgrounder. Backgrounding, present participle and gerund of background. Backgroundings, plural of backgrounding. Backgrounds, plural of background. Backgroundy, suitable for or resembling a background. Backhand, a stroke made across the chest from the offhand side to the racket hand side, a stroke during which the back of the hand faces the shot. Backhanded, with the back of the hand. Backhanded compliment, an insult disguised as a compliment which can be interpreted as an insult. Backhanded compliments, plural of backhanded compliment. Backhandedly, in a backhanded manner. Backhandedness, the quality of being backhanded. Backhander, a glass of wine given out of turn, the bottle having been handed backwards. Backhanders, plural of backhander. Backhanding, present participle and gerund of backhand. Backhands, plural of backhand. Backhaul, to transmit data or footage from a remote site to a central site from where it is retransmitted. Backhauled, simple past and past participle of backhaul. Backhauling, present participle and gerund of backhaul. Backhauls, third person singular simple present indicative of backhaul. Backhead, the wall of a steam locomotive's firebox, located in the cab where the controls are mounted. Backheader, a hit of the ball with the back of the head. Backheaders, plural of backheader. Backheads, plural of backhead. Backheel, a kick played by the heel which typically travels in the opposite direction from which the player is facing. Backheeled, simple past and past participle of backheel. Backheeler, a backheel kicked. Backheelers, plural of backheeler. Backheeling, present participle and gerund of backheel. Backheels, plural of backheel. Backhoe, a piece of excavating equipment, either an integral subassembly or an attachment, consisting of a digging bucket or scoop on the end of an articulated arm, drawn backwards to move earth, used in excavator/digger and backhoe tractors. Backhoe, simple past and past participle of backhoe. Backhoeing, present participle and gerund of backhoe. Backhoes, plural of backhoe. Backhouse, a surname from Old English. Backhouses, plural of backhouse. Back, a ride on the back of a bicycle or motorbike. Bacchus, plural of bacchi. Backhiling, a barangay of a pari, Cagayan, Philippines. Bacchi, support, especially financial. Backing away, present participle and gerund of back away. Backing band, a group of musicians who accompany an artist at a live performance or on a recording. This can either be an established group or else an ad hoc group assembled for the purpose. Backing bands, plural of backing band. Backing down, present participle and gerund of back down. Backing in, present participle and gerund of back in. Backing into, present participle and gerund of back into. Backing off, present participle and gerund of back off. Backing onto, present participle and gerund of back onto. Backing one out, present participle and gerund of back one out. Backing oneself into a corner, present participle and gerund of back oneself into a corner. Backing onto, present participle and gerund of back onto. Backing out, present participle and gerund of back out. Backing the field, present participle and gerund of back the field. Backing the right horse, present participle and gerund of back the right horse. Backing the wrong horse, present participle and gerund of back the wrong horse. Backing track, a pre-recorded piece of music used to accompany a musician who sings live. Backing tracks, plural of backing track. Backing up, present participle and gerund of back up. Backing up the truck, present participle and gerund of back up the truck. Backing water, present participle and gerund of back water. Backings, plural of backing. Backish, somewhat at the back. Bacite, a tellurate mineral with the chemical formula Pb2Al-TOCl. Backjoint, a rebate or chase in masonry left to receive a permanent slab or other filling. Backjoints, plural of backjoint. Backjump, a jump from one level of an algorithm to another, used in backjumping. Backjumping, a form of backtracking that may move more than one level at a time, used to improve the efficiency of certain algorithms. Backjumps, plural of backjump. Backkick, a kick directed backwards. Backkicks, plural of backkick. Backland, land that lies behind or beyond some primary settlement or development. Backlands, plural of backland. Backlash, a suddenly reversed or backward motion, such as of a rope or elastic band when it snaps under tension. Backlash, having a backlash. Backlasher, a participant in a backlash. Backliers, plural of backlasher. Backlash, plural of backlash. Backlashing, present participle and gerund of backlash. Backlayering, the movement of smoke or a hot gas against the direction of the ventilation flow. Backlade, an additional weight on a fishing line to ensure that the line rests on the bed of the lake. Backleads, plural of backlead. Backless, having no back, especially where one would be expected, as with a chair or a dress. Backlessness, absence of a back. Backlit, an alley or narrow passage between buildings. Backlets, plural of backlit. Backlit, the lifting of the bat in preparation for hitting the ball. Backlifts, plural of backlift. Backlight, light shining from a source behind the object of interest or attention. Backlighted, simple past and past participle of backlight. Backlighting, present participle and gerund of backlight. Backlights, plural of backlight. Backline, alternative form of backline. Backliner. One who plays on the back line. Backliners, plural of backliner. Backlines, plural of backline. Backlining, the positioning of amplifiers behind the performers when playing on a stage. Backlinings, plural of backlining. Backlink, a hyperlink to a web page from an external website. Backlinked, simple past and past participle of backlink. Backlinker, a program or process that maintains backlinks references to objects on another server. Backlinkers, plural of backlinker. Backlinking, present participle and gerund of backlink. Backlinks, plural of backlink. Backlists, a list of older books available from a publisher as opposed to the front list of more recent titles. Backlisted, simple past and past participle of backlists. Backlisting, present participle and gerund of backlists. Backlists, third-person singular simple present indicative of backlists. Backlit, simple past and past participle of backlight. Backload, a load carried on the return journey of a delivery vehicle. Backloaded, simple past and past participle of backload. Backloading, the transportation of cargo or shipment on a return trip using the space already paid for and used for the outward leg. Backloadings, plural of backloading. Backloads, plural of backload. Backload, a type of lock for a folding knife whose locking action and releasing feature are both on the back of the handle. Backlocks, plural of backlock. Backlog, a large log to burn at the back of a fire. Backlogged, simple past and past participle of backlog. Backlogging, present participle and gerund of backlog. Backlogs, plural of backlog. Backlot, the farthest section of a parking lot. Backlots, plural of backlot. Backlotter, a small-scale amateur keeper of bees or poultry, etc. Backlotters, plural of backlotter. Backlund, a surname from Swedish. Backlunds, plural of backlund. Backman, a surname. Backmans, plural of backman. Batmap, to map in a reverse direction. Backmapped, simple past and past participle of backmap. Backmapping, present participle and gerund of backmap. Backmaps, third person singular simple present indicative of backmap. Back marker, a racer who holds a poor rank or is lapped in a race. Such racers often run for a team that has less funding than most other teams and or lack talent compared to most other drivers, also referred to as field fillers. Back markers, plural of back marker. Backmask, deliberately recorded backwards in a track that is meant to be played forwards. Backmasking, a recording technique in which a sound or message is deliberately recorded backwards in a track that is meant to be played forwards. Backmatter, alternative form of back matter. Backman, plural of backman. Backmost, farthest back. Back-mounted, mounted on the back like a backpack. Backmutation, a mutation that restores the original sequence and hence the original phenotype. Backmutations, plural of backmutation. Backing, alternative spelling of backney. Backness, quality of being a back vowel. Baff, the situation where an algorithm or process refrains from taking an action it would otherwise have taken. Backcuff, plural of backoff. Backorder, an order that cannot be currently filled or shipped, but is requested nonetheless for when the item becomes available again. Backordered, simple past and past participle of backorder. Backordering, present participle and gerund of backorder. Backorders, plural of backorder. Backout, a reversal or undoing of tasks previously done, often in reverse order. Backouts, plural of backout. Backover, an accident in which a motor vehicle reverses over an unseen person. Backovers, plural of backover. Backpack, a knapsack sometimes mounted on a light frame but always supported by straps worn on a person's back for the purpose of carrying things, especially when hiking or on a student's back when carrying books. Backpack funding, a form of education funding where money is allocated to individual students and not to school districts. Backpack nuke, synonym of suitcase nuke. Backpack nukes, plural of backpack nuke. Backpack rap, underground or alternative rap music. Backpack rapper, a performer of backpack rap music. Backpack rappers, plural of backpack rapper. Backpackable, capable of being carried in a backpack. Backpack, simple past and past participle of backpack. Backpacker, a traveler whose luggage consists of a backpack, especially such a traveler who uses hostels, public transport, and other inexpensive services. Backpackers, plural of backpacker. Backpacking, present participle and gerund of backpack. Backpacks, plural of backpack. Backpedal, to paddle backwards. Backpedaled, simple past and past participle of backpedal. Backpedals, third person singular simple present indicative of backpedal. Backpedaling, present participle and gerund of backpedal. Backpage, alternative form of backpage. Backpages, plural of backpage. Backpain, alternative form of backpain. Backbins, plural of backpain. Backpass, alternative form of backpass. Backpasses, plural of backpass. Backpath, alternative form of backpat. Backbatch, to update partially compiled code with jump addresses that were previously left as placeholders because they had not yet been encountered in the source code. Backpatch, simple past and past participle of backpatch. Backbatches, third person singular simple present indicative of backbatch. Backpatching, present participle and gerund of backpatch. Backpaths, plural of backpath. Backpedded, simple past and past participle of backpat. Backpedding, present participle and gerund of backpat. Backpay, alternative form of backpay. Backpays, plural of backpay. Backpedal, to pedal backwards on a bicycle. Backpedaled, simple past and past participle of backpedal. Backpedaler, one who backpedals. Backpedalers, plural of backpedaler. Backpedaling, present participle and gerund of backpedal. Backpedalings, plural of backpedaling. Backpedaled, simple past and past participle of backpedal. Backpedaling, present participle and gerund of backpedal. Backpedalings, plural of backpedaling. Backpedals, third person singular simple present indicative of backpedal. Backpedal, egg corn of backpedal. Backpedaled, misspelling of backpedaled, simple past and past participle of backpedal. Backpedals, misspelling of backpedals, third person singular simple present indicative of backpedal. Backpedaling, misspelling of backpedaling, present participle and gerund of backpedal. Backpfeiffengesit, a punchable face or someone with such a face. Backpfeiffengesits, plural of backpfeiffengesit. Backbiss, a decorated comb that attaches a veil to the back of a bride's head. Backpieces, Plural of backpiece. Backplane. A circuit board that connects several connectors in parallel to each other so that each pin of each connector is linked to the same relative pin of all the other connectors, forming a computer bus. Backplanes. Plural of backplane. Backplate. A plate protecting a fighting person's back. Backplated. Having or wearing a backplate. Backplates. Plural of backplate. Back pocket. Alternative form of back pocket. Backpocketed. Simple past and past participle of back pocket. Backpocketing. Present participle and gerund of back pocket. Back pockets. Plural of back pocket. Back porch. Alternative spelling of back porch. Back porches. Plural of back porch. Backport. To retroactively supply to a previous version of a software product a fix or a new feature at the same time or after supplying it to the current version. Backportability. The quality of being backportable. Backportable. Able to be backported. Backported. Simple past and past participle of backport. Backporting. Present participle and gerund of backport. Backports. Third person singular simple present indicative of backport. Backposts. A pole or post onto the front of which items to be used are attached. Backposts. Plural of backposts. Backpressure. Pressure that is opposed to the flow of a fluid. Backpressures. Plural of backpressure. Backprime. The word symbol, a reversed prime. Backprimed. Simple past and past participle of backprime. Backprimes. Plural of backprime. Backpriming. The addition of secondary infusion to a patient by priming it with fluid from the first. Backprimings. Plural of backpriming. Backprint. The mark or impression left by a person's back having been pressed against the surface. Backprinted. Simple past and past participle of backprint. Backprinting. Present participle and gerund of backprint. Backprints. Plural of backprint. Backproject. To create back projection. Backprojected. Formed by backprojection. Backprojecting. Present participle and gerund of backproject. Backprojection. Alternative form of backprojection. Backprojections. Plural of backprojection. Backprojects. Third person singular simple present indicative of backproject. Backpro. Backpropagation. Backpropagate. To propagate back through to the dendrites from which the original input was received. Backpropagate. Simple past and past participle of backpropagate. Backpropagates. Third person singular simple present indicative of backpropagate. Backpropagating. Present participle and gerund of backpropagate. Backpropagation. An error correction technique used in neural networks. Backpropagational. Relating to backpropagation. Backpropagations. Plural of backpropagation. Backquote. The symbol resembling a reverse quotation mark. Backquoted. Simple past and past participle of backquote. Backquotes. Plural of backquote. Backquoting. Present participle and gerund of backquote. Backra. Alternative form of buckra. Ackraised. To raise after calling in the same round. Ackraised. simple past and past participle of backgraze. Backgraze is third-person singular simple present indicative of backgraze. Backgrazing, present participle and gerund of backgraze. Backgraze, plural of backra. Backreact, to take part in a back reaction. Backreacted, simple past and past participle of backreact. Backreacting, that generates backreaction. Backreaction, the reaction as a result of Newton's third law back from a radiating gravitational wave. Backreactions, plural of backreaction. Backreacts, third-person singular simple present indicative of backreact. Magread, to catch up on an ongoing conversation by reading previous portions one was not present for. Backreading, present participle and gerund of backread. Magreads, third-person singular simple present indicative of backread. Backread, a lagoon found in a coral reef ecosystem. Backreefs, plural of backreef. Backreference, an item in a regular expression equivalent to the text matched by an earlier pattern in the expression. Backreference, simple past and past participle of backreference. Backreferences, plural of backreference. Backreferencing, present participle and gerund of backreference. Backrests, the back piece of a chair used to support the sitter's back. Backrests, plural of backrests. Backredden, past participle of backrai. Backrai, to travel on the back seat of a motorcycle. Backrider, a pillion rider, a person who rides on the back of a motorcycle. Backriders, plural of backrider. Backrides, third-person singular simple present indicative of backride. Backriding, the act of riding on the back of a motorcycle, pillioning. Backroad, alternative spelling of backroad. Backroads, plural of backroad. Backroad, simple past of backride. Backroll, the state of having been reverted, restored. Backrolled, past participle of backroll. Backrolling, present participle and gerund of backroll. Backrolls. Plural of backroll. Backronym, a word that is originally not an acronym but is turned into one by devising a full form for it, sometimes as a folk etymology, sometimes as a contrived acronym to name a new organization, proposal, or other entity. Backronymd, simple past and past participle of backronym. Backronymic, relating to or having the form of a backronym. Bacronyming, present participle and gerund of backronym. Backronymed, simple past and past participle of backronym. Bacronyming, present participle and gerund of backronym. Backronyms, plural of backronym. Backronymy, the back formation of a phrase to fit an acronym. Backroom, a room near the rear of a premises. Backroom boy, someone who has an anonymous support role in an organization, especially a technician or scientist, a boffin. Backroom boys, plural of backroom boy. Backroom staff, the members of staff who work out of public view, such as the coaching team in a sports club. Backrooms, an online urban legend or creepypasta of a seemingly endless maze of empty hallways, often described as being inhabited by monsters and / or having multiple levels or floors. Background, misspelling of background. Back row. Alternative form of back row. Back rower. A reserve player on a team, a member of the back row or back bench. Back rowers. Plural of back rower. Back rows. Plural of back row. Back row. A massage of the back. Back rows. Plural of back row. Back run. A reverse flow, either of a fluid or of an anchor chain. Back runs. Plural of back run. Back rush. A rushing backward, a retreat. Back rushes. Plural of back rush. Backs. Plural of back. Backs against the wall. Plural of back against the wall. Backs away. Third person singular simple present indicative of back away. Backs down. Third person singular simple present indicative of back down. Backs then. Third person singular simple present indicative of back in. Backs into. Third person singular simple present indicative of back into. Backs off. Third person singular simple present indicative of back off. Backs on to. Third person singular simple present indicative of back onto. Backs one out. Third person singular simple present indicative of back one out. Backs oneself into a corner. Third person singular simple present indicative of back oneself into a corner. Backs onto. Third person singular simple present indicative of back onto. Backs out. Third person singular simple present indicative of back out. Backs the field. Third person singular simple present indicative of back the field. Backs the right horse. Third person singular simple present indicative of back the right horse. Backs the wrong horse. Third person singular simple present indicative of back the wrong horse. Backs to the wall. Alternative form of back to the wall. Backs up. Third person singular simple present indicative of back up. Backs up the truck. Third person singular simple present indicative of back up the truck. Backs water. Third person singular simple present indicative of back water. Backsack. The back of the testicles. Backtax. Plural of backsack. Backsaw. A handsaw that has a reinforcement along its back edge. Backsaw. Simple past and past participle of backsaw. Backsawing. Present participle and gerund of backsaw. Backsaw. Past participle of backsaw. Backsaws. Plural of backsaw. Backscarp. The scarp formed by a landslide, located at the rearmost highest point. The extent of a landslide runs from backscarp to toe. Backscarps. Plural of backscarp. Backscatter. The deflection of particles or radiation to angles greater than 90 degrees to the original direction of travel. Backscatter. Past participle of backscatter. Backskitterer. A device used in backskittering. Backskitterers. Plural of backskitterer. Backskittering. The scattering of waves, particles, or signals back in the direction of their source. Backskitterings. Plural of backskittering. Backscatters. Plural of backscatter. Backscatter sound. A balloon-borne instrument used to measure the local aerosol backscatter in the atmosphere. Backscatter sound. Plural of backscatter sound. Backscene. A scene used as a background. Backscenes. Plural of backscene. Backscratch. A scratch on the back. Backscratch. Simple past and past participle of backscratch. Backscratcher. a long slender rod with a rake-like device on one end, sometimes in the form of a human hand, designed to let a person scratch their own back. Back scratchers, plural of back scratcher. Back scratches, plural of back scratch. Back scratching, present participle and gerund of back scratch. Back scratchings, plural of back scratching. Back screen, alternative form of back screen. Back screens, plural of back screen. Back scroll, scroll back. Backseat, alternative spelling of back seat. Backseat driver, alternative form of backseat driver. Backseat drivers, plural of backseat driver. Backseat gamer, alternative spelling of backseat gamer. Backseat gamers, plural of backseat gamer. Associated, simple past and past participle of backseat. Backseater, a navigator or other crewman who accompanies the pilot of an aircraft. Backseaters, plural of backseater. Associating, present participle of backseat. Backseats, plural of backseat. Backsell, the promotion of a product to end users or retailers in order to create demand earlier in the supply chain, for example with wholesalers. Backselling, present participle and gerund of backsell. Backsells, plural of backsell. Backset, a check, a relapse, a discouragement, a setback. Backsets, third person singular simple present indicative of backset. Backsetting, present participle and gerund of backset. Backsettler, one living in the back or outlying districts of a community. Backsettlers, plural of backsettler. Backshadow, to demonstrate how an event that has already occurred will affect the future. Backshadowed, simple past and past participle of backshadow. Backshadowing, a literary device in which an author shows how an event that already occurred affects the future. Backshadowings, plural of backshadowing. Backshadows, third person singular simple present indicative of backshadow. Backshaw, a surname. Bakshi, alternative form of bakshi, a gift or bribe. Bakshi's, plural of bakshi. Bakshish, alternative spelling of bakshish. Bakshish, simple past and past participle of bakshish. Bakshishes, plural of bakshish. Bakshishing, present participle and gerund of bakshish. Backsheet, the bottom layer of a solar cell. Backsheets, plural of backsheet. Backshell, part of an electrical conductor or other electrical device, such as a cable clamp or adapter, that is threaded onto the rear connector accessory threads of plug or receptacle connectors to make up the total connector assembly. Backshells, plural of backshell. Backshifts, the changing of the tense of a verb from present to past in reported speech. Backshifted, simple past and past participle of backshift. Backshifting, present participle and gerund of backshift. Backshifts, plural of backshift. Backside, reflected light. Backshish, alternative spelling of backshish. Backshish, simple past and past participle of backshish. Bakshish, plural of bakshish. Bakshishing, present participle and gerund of bakshish. Backshoot, to shoot in the back. Backshooter, a cowboy who kills someone by shooting them in the back. Backshooters. Plural of backshooter. Backshooting. Present participle and gerund of backshoot. Backshoots. Third person singular simple present indicative of backshoot. Backshop. A specialized store or workshop found in service industries such as locomotive and aircraft repair. Backshops. Plural of backshop. Backshore. An upper shore zone above high tide. Backshores. Plural of backshore. Backshot. Having the water introduced just behind the summit, combining the advantages of breastshot and overshot systems, since the full amount of the potential energy released by the falling water is harnessed as the water descends the back of the wheel. Backshots. Plural of backshot. Backshunt. A section of railway track which gives access to a siding or another section of railway line only by reversing direction. Also a train movement which uses such track. Backshunts. Plural of backshunt. Backside. The backside of anything, the part opposite its front. Backside throw. The rotation of the knee and lower body of the side of the batter away from the pitcher during his swing. Backsidedness. The condition of being backsides. Backsides. Plural of backside. Maxi. The back. Axes. Plural of backside. Backside. The rear sight of a firearm. Backsided. Simple past and past participle of backside. Backsetting. Present participle and gerund of backside. Backsides. Plural of backside. Backsiphonage. The reverse flow of water or other liquids into the water supply due to a drop in pressure in the system. Backsheesh. Alternative form of backsheesh. Backskin. A leather covering worn by miners in wet conditions. Backsla. A type of cast that is non-circumferential, only covering the posterior aspect of a limb in order to permit swelling. Backslides. Plural of backslough. Backsline. A form of slang composed of words whose spelling or sound is reversed. Backslangs. Plural of backslang. Backslap. To enthusiastically affirm or congratulate a person, especially by patting them on the back. Backslat. Simple past and past participle of backslap. Backslapper. One who makes a show of liking another person with profuse or excessive displays of camaraderie, such as vigorous hand clasping, backslapping, hearty words of greeting, etc. Backslappers. Plural of backslapper. Backslapping. Present participle and gerund of backslap. Backslappings. Plural of backslapping. Backslaps. Third person singular simple present indicative of backslap. Backslash. The punctuation mark backslash. Backslash. Simple past and past participle of backslash. Backslashes. Plural of backslash. Backslashing. Present participle and gerund of backslash. Backslid. Simple past and past participle of backslide. Backslidden. Past participle of backslide. Backslide. To regress, to slip backwards or revert to a previous, worse state. Backslided. Simple past and past participle of backslide. Backslider. A recidivist, one who backslides, especially in a religious sense, an apostate. Backsliders. Plural of backslider. Backslides. Third person singular simple present indicative of backslide. Backslide. Third person singular simple present indicative of backslide. Backsliding. Present participle and gerund of backslide. Backslidings. Plural of backsliding. Backslope. a downward slope away from the bank of a river, mountain, etc. Backslopes, plural of backslope. Backslum, a slum, the poor and disreputable portion of a town. Backslums, plural of backslum. Backsold, simple past and past participle of backsell. Backsolution, the process or result of backsolving. Backsolutions, plural of backsolution. Backsolvable, capable of being backsolved. Backsolve, to determine the inputs that would lead to a given output in a mathematical system. Backsolve, simple past and past participle of backsolve. Backsolver, a program or algorithm that backsolves. Backsolvers, plural of backsolver. Backsolves, third person singular simple present indicative of backsolve. Backsolving, present participle and gerund of backsolve. Backsource, to bring jobs previously outsourced back into the company to be performed internally. Backsourced, simple past and past participle of backsource. Backsources, third person singular simple present indicative of backsource. Backsourcing, present participle and gerund of backsource. Backspace, the key on a typewriter that moves the head one position backwards. Backspaceable, supporting a backspace function. Backspace, simple past and past participle of backspace. Backspacer, a mechanism in a typewriter that controls backspacing. Backspacers, plural of backspacer. Backspaces, plural of backspace. Backspacing, present participle and gerund of backspace. Backspang, a piece of deceit or trickery enabling one to escape a commitment. Backspags, plural of backspang. Backsputter, blood directed backward toward the source of an impact. Backspoling, alternative form of backspelling. Backspy, a spike protruding from the back of an axe. Backspikes, plural of backspike. Backspin, spin applied to a ball in order to slow it, change its flight, or stop it when it lands. Backspinner, a ball bowled with backspin. Backspinners, plural of backspinner. Backspinning, present participle and gerund of backspin. Backspins, plural of backspin. Backsplash, a vertical covering on a wall rising above a countertop or other work surface to protect the wall from spills and to decorate the wall. Backsplashed, simple past and past participle of backsplash. Backsplashes, plural of backsplash. Backsplashing, present participle and gerund of backsplash. Backsplat, the wood block on a chair's back. Backspats, plural of backsplat. Backsplatter, alternative form of backspatter. Backspliss, to secure the ends of a twisted rope within the rope itself in order to prevent fraying. Backspliss, simple past and past participle of backspliss. Backsplisses, third person singular simple present indicative of backspliss. Backsplissing, present participle and gerund of backspliss. Backsplit, a split level home whose split level is visible only from the side elevation. Backsplits, plural of backsplit. Backspot flying fish, a particular species of flying fish, Chalapogon dorsimacula. Backspread, a combination of options with more being long than short. Backspin. Simple past and past participle of backspin. Backstab. To attack someone especially verbally unfairly in a deceitful, underhand, or treacherous manner, especially when they're not present in the place or situation that it happens. Backstabbed. Simple past and past participle of backstab. Backstabbe. One who has been backstabbed. Backstabbe is plural of backstabbe. Backstabber. A traitor or hypocrite, such as a coworker or friend assumed trustworthy but who figuratively attacks when one's back is turned. Backstabbers. Plural of backstabber. Backstab. Comparative form of backstabby, more backstabby. Access. Superlative form of backstabby, most backstabby. Backstabbing. Present participle and gerund of backstab. Backstabbings. Plural of backstabbing. Backstabby. Characteristic of deceit and treachery. Backstabs. Third person singular simple present indicative of backstab. Backstaff. An early navigational instrument for measuring the altitude of the sun and hence calculating latitude. Backstaffs. Plural of backstaff. Backstage. Relating to or situated in the area behind a stage. Backstage Johnny. Stage door Johnny. Backstager. One who works backstage. Backstagers. Plural of backstager. Backstages. Plural of backstage. Backstare. Clandestine, secret or furtive. Backstairs. A staircase at the rear of a building or one normally only used by servants and tradesmen. Backstall. The stalling of a kite due to a too large angle of attack. Backstalled. Simple past and past participle of backstall. Backstalling. Present participle and gerund of backstall. Backstalls. Plural of backstall. Backstep. A mark stamped on the back of a letter. Backstout. Simple past and past participle of backstab. Backstamping. Present participle and gerund of backstab. Backstamps. Plural of backstab. Backstaves. Plural of backstaff. Backstay. A part of the rigging of a sailing ship extending from the top of the masthead to the back of the ship. They support the strain on all upper masts and provide additional support to the shrouds when the wind is abaft the beam. Backstays. Plural of backstay. Backstein. A German cheese similar to Limburger cheese, produced in a brick shape. Backstep. An abrupt subsidence or change in deposition preserved in the sedimentary record due to a marine transgression. Backstepped. Simple past and past participle of backstep. Backstepping. A technique for designing stabilizing controls for a special recursive class of nonlinear dynamical systems. Backsteps. Third person singular simple present indicative of backstep. Baxter. A beggar. Baxters. Plural of Baxter. Backstay. An illegal shot in which a player strikes the ball with the rounded face of the stick in field hockey. Backsticks. Plural of backstick. Backstitch. A type of sewing stitch where the stitch goes backwards on the top side of the fabric and doubles forward on the bottom, coming out farther in front, then repeats. The backstitch is a very tight and secure stitch and also looks very neat. Backstitched. Simple past and past participle of backstitch. Backstitches. Plural of backstitch. Backstitching. Present participle and gerund of backstitch. Backstock. Stock remaining that has not yet been sold. Backstocks. Plural of backstock. Backstone. Alternative form of bakestone. Backstones. Plural of backstone. Backstop, a proposed seamless border between Ireland and Northern Ireland in the event of Brexit. Backstopped, simple past and past participle of backstop. Backstopper, synonym of backstop, thing or person put in the rear to reinforce, hold, or support. Backstoppers, plural of backstopper. Backstopping, present participle and gerund of backstop. Backstops, plural of backstop. Backstore, an area in the back of a store or shop. Backstores, plural of backstore. Backstories, plural of backstory. Backstory, the previous experiences and life of a person, specifically narratology, especially in film, television, a character in a dramatic work. Backstraight, alternative form of backstraight, backstretch. Backstraightaway, the straight part of an oval racetrack that does not include the finish line. Backstraightaways, plural of backstraightaway. Backstraights, plural of backstraight. Backstrap, a pull strap extending the backstay of a boot or shoe. Backstraps, plural of backstrap. Backstream, a current running against the main current of a stream, an eddy. Backstreamed, simple past and past participle of backstream. Backstreaming, present participle and gerund of backstream. Backstreams, plural of backstream. Backstreet, associated with neighborhoods on back streets, often in older neighborhoods with poorer residents. Backstreeter, a member of the American vocal group Backstreet Boys. Backstreet, plural of backstreet. Backstress, a long-range internal stress. Backstresses, plural of backstress. Backstretch, synonym of backstraight, straight part of a racetrack, running track, etc. opposite the finishing line. Backstretches, plural of backstretch. Backstroke, a backhanded stroke or blow. Backstroke, simple past and past participle of backstroke. Backstroker, a swimmer who uses the style backstroke. Backstrokers, plural of backstroker. Backstrokes, plural of backstroke. Backstroking, present participle and gerund of backstroke. Backstrom, a surname from Swedish. Backstromite, synonym of hydrohosmonite. Backstroms, plural of backstrom. Backswamp, the section of a floodplain where deposits of fine silt and clay settle after a flood. Backswamps, plural of backswamp. Backswept, swept back. Backswimmer, any of various aquatic insects of the family Nautoctidae that swim on their backs. Backswimmers, plural of backswimmer. Backswimming, swimming on its back. Backswing, the preparatory stroke preceding that which produces contact with the target, normally associated with sports using an implement such as a bat, club, racket, or stick. Backswinging, present participle and gerund of backswing. Backswings, plural of backswing. Backsword, a sword with one sharp edge. Backswording, sport or exercise using a backsword or single stick. Backswordman, one who fights with a backsword or single stick. Backswordmen, plural of backswordmen. Backswords, plural of backsword. Backswung, simple past and past participle of backswing. Maxi, alternative spelling of backsy taking back a statement. Backsiphore, the wrong side first, backwards. Backtab. A software-defined key combination to do the reverse of pressing the tab key, usually Shift plus Tab. Backtab. Simple past and past participle of backtab. Backtabbing. Present participle and gerund of backtab. Backtabs. Plural of backtab. Backtag. An identifying tag affixed to the back of an animal. Backtag. Simple past and past participle of backtag. Backtagging. Present participle and gerund of backtag. Backtags. Plural of backtag. Backtie. Verbal impudence or argumentative discourse given in response. Backtalk. Simple past and past participle of backtalk. Backtalker. One who backtalks. Backtalkers. Plural of backtalker. Backtalking. Present participle and gerund of backtalk. Backtalks. Third person singular simple present indicative of backtalk. Backtaxi. Synonym of backtrack. Backtaxi. Simple past and past participle of backtaxi. Backtaxi. Present participle and gerund of backtaxi. Backtaxis. Plural of backtaxi. Backtest. A test of a strategy, model, etc. using data from a previous time. Backtested. Simple past and past participle of backtest. Backtesting. The process of testing a strategy, model, etc. using data from a previous time. Backtests. Third person singular simple present indicative of backtest. Backrest. To push or drive backward with force or effort. Backrested. Simple past and past participle of backrest. Backresting. Present participle of backrest. Backrestings. Plural of backresting. Backrests. Third person singular simple present indicative of backrest. Backtick. The symbol resembling a reverse quotation mark. Backtick. Marked with backticks. Backticks. Plural of backtick. Backtime. Alternative form of backtime. Backtimed. Simple past and past participle of backtime. Backtimes. Third person singular simple present indicative of backtime. Backtiming. Present participle and gerund of backtime. Backtitrate. Alternative form of backtitrate. Backtitrated. Simple past and past participle of backtitrate. Backtitrates. Third person singular simple present indicative of backtitrate. Backtitrating. Present participle and gerund of backtitrate. Backtitration. Alternative form of backtitration. Backtitrations. Plural of backtitration. Backtrace. A stack trace. Backtrace. Simple past and past participle of backtrace. Backtraces. Plural of backtrace. Backtracing. Present participle and gerund of backtrace. Backtracings. Plural of backtracing. Backtrack. The act of backtracking. Backtrackable. Solvable by backtracking. Backtrack. Simple past and past participle of backtrack. Backtracker. One who, or that which, backtracks. Backtrackers. Plural of backtracker. Backtracking. The act of one who, or that which backtracks, a retracing of one's steps. Backtrackings. Plural of backtracking. Backtracks. Third person singular simple present indicative of backtrack. Backtrail. A small path or trail that is not used regularly. Backtrail. Simple past and past participle of backtrail. Backtrailing. Present participle and gerund of backtrail. Backtrails. Plural of backtrail. Backtransfer. To transfer in a reverse direction. To reverse a previous transfer. Backtransferred. Simple past and past participle of backtransfer. Backtransferring. Present participle and gerund of backtransfer. Backtransfers. Third person singular simple present indicative of backtransfer. Backtransform. To reverse a previous transformation. Backtransformation. The reverse of a transformation. Backtransformations. Plural of backtransformation. Backtransformed. Transform from a derived form to the original form. Backtransforming. Present participle and gerund of backtransform. Backtransforms. Third person singular simple present indicative of backtransform. Backtranslate. To translate a translated text to its original language. Backtranslated. Translated back to the original language. Backtranslates. Third person singular simple present indicative of backtranslate. Backtranslating. Present participle and gerund of backtranslate. Backtranslation. Alternative spelling of backtranslation. Backtranslations. Plural of backtranslation. Backtroll. To fish by trolling with the boat's motor in reverse, minimizing movement of the boat. Backtroll. Simple past and past participle of backtroll. Backtroller. One who fishes by backtrolling. Backtrollers. Plural of backtroller. Backtrolling. Present participle and gerund of backtroll. Backtrolls. Third person singular simple present indicative of backtroll. Backup. A reserve or substitute. Backup beeper. An alarm that sounds when a vehicle is moving in reverse to warn pedestrians. Backup beepers. Plural of backup beeper. Backup copies. Plural of backup copy. Backup copy. A duplicate instance of an application, data file, server, or system created as a means to restore the original data in case it is deleted, corrupted, or lost. Backup vocalists. A member of a group of singers who provide backup vocals to a song. Backup vocalists. Plural of backup vocalists. Backup vocals. The chorus and other lyrics and sounds sung by backup vocalists to provide an accompaniment to a song. Backupability. The capability of being backed up. Backupable. Capable of being backed up. Vacuuped. Misconstruction of backed up. Backup. Simple past and past participle of backup. Backupping. Present participle and gerund of backup. Backups. Plural of backup. Bacchus. A surname from Middle English. Bacchus normal form. The Bacchus nor form. Bacchus nor form. A formal notation for context-free grammars. Bacchus nor forms. Plural of Bacchus nor form. Bacchuses. Plural of Bacchus. Backguld. Backward and unsophisticated rural areas. Backgulder. A native or inhabitant of the Backguld. Backgulders. Plural of Backgulder. Backgulds. Plural of Backveld. Backwall. Alternative form of backwall. Backwalls. Plural of backwall. Backward. Indicating position or direction. Backward and forward. Alternative form of backwards and forwards. Backward compatibilities. Plural of backward compatibility. Backward compatibility. Capability of interoperating with older systems. Backward compatible. Capable of interoperating with older systems. Backward complement. A compliment which unintentionally comes across as an insult. Backward complements. Plural of backward complement. Backward design. A method of designing an educational curriculum by setting goals before choosing instructional methods and forms of assessment. Backward dive. A dive in which the diver faces away from the water while taking off and lands facing backwards. Backward dives. Plural of backward dive. Backward in coming forward. Shy, reluctant to share one's views. Backward induction. The process of reasoning backwards in time from the end of a problem or situation to determine a sequence of optimal actions. Backward inductions. Plural of backward induction. Backward integration. The takeover of a supplier of goods by the retailer that stocks those goods. Backward integrations. Plural of backward integration. Backward linkage. An effect in which increased production by a downstream manufacturer provides positive pecuniary externalities to an upstream manufacturer responsible for different stages of the same production process. Backward linkages. Plural of backward linkage. Backward masking. Synonym of backmasking. Backward pass. A pass thrown backwards instead of forward, equivalent in the rules to a handoff. Backward passes. Plural of backward pass. Backward pawn. A pawn that is unable to advance without being threatened by an enemy pawn and is not defensible by pawns of the same color. Backward pawns. Plural of backward pawn. Backward rationalization. The attribution of a reason or justification for a choice or action after the fact, rather than before it. Backward rationalizations. Plural of backward rationalization. Backward slash. Synonym of backslash. Backward slashes. Plural of backward slash. Backward time machine. Alternative form of backwards time machine. Backward time machines. Plural of backward time machine. Backward compatible. Alternative form of backward compatible. Backward looking. Not progressive, concerned with the past rather than the present or future. Backward lookingness. The quality or state of being backward looking. Backwardation. In full normal backwardation, the situation in a futures market where the price for future delivery of a commodity, the forward price, is lower than the price for immediate delivery, the spot price, or nearer delivery, generally arising from a near-term shortage of the commodity. Backwardations. Plural of backwardation. Backwardism. The state of being backward or going against progress, backwardness. Backwardly. In a backward direction. Backwardmost. Superlative form of backward, most backward. Backwardness. The state of being backward. Backwardnesses. Plural of backwardness. Backwards. Synonym of backward, see usage notes there. Backwards and forwards. Thoroughly, completely, comprehensively. Backwards compatibilities. Plural of backwards compatibility. Backwards compatibility. Alternative form of backward compatibility. Backwards compatible. Alternative form of backward compatible. Backwards complement. Alternative form of backward complement. Backwards complements. Plural of backwards complement. Backwards roll. A movement in which one's body is rolled backwards by crouching on the ground and lifting one's legs complete over one's head and lifting the head at the end. Backwards rolls. Plural of backwards roll. Backwards time machine. A time machine that can only allow travel to the past but cannot also allow travel to the future. Backwards time machines. Plural of backwards time machine. Backwards compatible. Alternative form of backward compatible. Backwards compatibly. In a backward compatible manner. Backwardsness. Backwardness, the state of being backwards. Backwash. The similar flow of air from an aircraft engine. Backwash aelitis. Aelitis that occurs in the setting of pancreatitis and tends to correlate with the activity of colitis. Backwashable. Capable of being backwashed. Backwash. Simple past and past participle of backwash. Backwasher. A machine used for washing wool after carding to remove the impurities. Backwashers. Plural of backwasher. Backwashes. Plural of backwash. Backwashing. A form of water treatment in which water is pumped backwards through the filter media, sometimes with intermittent use of compressed air. Backwashings. Plural of backwashing. Backwater. The water held back by a dam or other obstruction. Backwater. Simple past and past participle of backwater. Backwatering. Present participle and gerund of backwater. Backwaterish. Like a backwater, remote. Backwaters. Plural of backwater. Backwater. Resembling or characteristic of a backwater, isolated, dilapidated, ramshackle. Backway. A back alley. Backways. Plural of backway. Backweight. A weight attached to the back of a golf club to give it a lower center of gravity. Backweights. Plural of backweight. Backwell. A village and civil parish in North Somerset District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref ST 4868. Backwind. To deflect air into the back of a sail or of a vessel. Backwinded. Simple past and past participle of backwind. Backwinding. Present participle and gerund of backwind. Backwinds. Plural of backwind. Backwing. To flap the wings in such a way as to push air forward, thereby slowing forward momentum. Backwinch. Simple past and past participle of backwing. Backwinging. Present participle and gerund of backwing. Backwings. Third person singular simple present indicative of backwing. Backward. Native to or located in a remote rural location. Backwoods. Partly or wholly enclid forest, especially in North America. Backwoodser. An inhabitant of the backwoods. Backwoodsers. Plural of backwoodser. Backwoodsingness. The quality of being backwoodsy. Backwoodsman. A person who is acclimated to living in a forest area that is far removed from civilization or modern conveniences. Backwoodsman. Plural of backwoodsman. Backwoodsy. Typical of something or someone from the backwoods. Backward. A contention, retort, or reply. Backwards. Plural of backward. Backward. Movement or exertion of the back. Backward. The thread-like worm found in filanders, the disease of hawks. Backworms. Plural of backworm. Backward. A village in the metropolitan borough of North Tyneside, Tyne, and Ware, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 3072. Backwound. Simple past and past participle of backwind. Backrap. A portion of something that is wrapped backward. Backwrapped. Simple past and past participle of backwrap. Backwrapping. Present participle and gerund of backwrap. Backwraps. Plural of backwrap. Alternative spelling of backy. Backyard. A yard to the rear of a house or similar residence. Backyard cricket. Informal cricket played in the backyard of a private residence or similar limited space. Backyarder. One who carries on a project or business in a backyard, especially the raising of poultry. Backyarders. Plural of backyarder. Backyards. Plural of backyard. Backlat. A fish corral. Backlearn. A barangay of Parañaque, Metro Manila, Philippines. Baklava. Alternative form of baklava. Baklavas. Plural of baklava. Baclay. A barangay of Tucuran, Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. Baclayan. A barangay of Bacacay, Albay, Philippines. Bacols. A commune and village in Mehedinti County, Romania. Baclofen. A particular drug used to control spasms. It is a derivative of gamma-minobutyric acid GABA. It is primarily used to treat spasticity and is in the early stages of use for the treatment of alcoholism. Baclofen. Misspelling of baclofen. 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 Baculovirus. Misspelling of baculovirus. Bacmecillinum. A beta-lactam antibiotic. Vecvid. A shuttle vector that can be propagated in both E. coli and insect cells. Bacmeds. Plural of Bacmed. Mappin. Non-spam email messages that have been signed up for, but which the recipient does not necessarily want or have time to read. Bacanor. A barangay of San Carlos, Pangasinan, Philippines. Mahini. Acne on the back. Bacanatan. A municipality of La Union, Philippines. Vico. A municipality of Oriental Mindoro, Philippines. Bacoba. Alternative spelling of Bacavi Hopi Village in Arizona. Bacojmin. Any a group of safonins present in Bacopa Monier. Bacojnins. Plural of Bacojnin. Megalod. An independent city, the provincial capital of Negros Occidental, Negros Island region, Philippines. Bacolod, Calawi. A municipality of Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Bacolor. A municipality of Pampanga, Philippines. Bacon. A number of places in the United States. Bacon and cabbage. A traditional Irish dish of back bacon simmered with cabbage and other vegetables such as onions, turnips, and carrots, served with the bacon sliced and much of the boiled liquid retained with the vegetables. Bacon and eggs. A dish consisting of bacon and eggs, usually eaten for breakfast. Bacon beetle. Synonym of larder beetle. Bacon beetles. Plural of bacon beetle. Bacon butt is. Plural of bacon buddy. Bacon buddy. A sandwich filled with bacon. Bacon County. One of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Alma. Bacon explosion. A food made from bacon wrapped around a filling of spiced sausage and crumbled bacon, then smoked or baked. Bacon explosions. Plural of bacon explosion. Bacon fat. Synonym of bacon grease. Bacon grease. The fat rendered or released from cooking bacon, either in the oven or on the stovetop, typically collected and used as a cooking fat. Bacon grill. A canned meat product made from chopped and cured pork, seasoned to taste like bacon. Bacon grills. Plural of bacon grill. Bacon hair. A nickname for pal hair, a hair accessory on the game platform Roblox. Bacon hairs. Plural of bacon hair. Bacon number. A number defined such that an actor who has acted in a film with Kevin Bacon has a Bacon number of 1, and an actor who has acted in a film with somebody having a Bacon number of 1 has a Bacon number of 2, and so on. Bacon rind. The tough outer skin of pork or bacon, pork rind. Bacon rinds. Plural of bacon rind. Bacon square. The smoked, cured jowl of a pig, cut into a square shape. Bacon squares. Plural of bacon square. Bacon cipher. A certain method of steganographic message encoding. Bacon face. Having a fat, sleek face. Bacon fed. Bacon Shakespearean. One who believes that Francis Bacon 1561-1626 or a relation of his was the author of the works attributed to William Shakespeare. Bacon Shakespeareans. Plural of bacon Shakespearean. Bacon burger. A hamburger served with bacon as a topping. Bacon burgers. Plural of bacon burger. Bagent. Flavored with bacon. Baconer. A pig raised to produce bacon. Baconers. Plural of baconer. Biga. A municipality of Negros Occidental Philippines. Baconian. Of or pertaining to Francis Bacon 1561-1626, English statesman and polymath, or his writings. Baconian cipher. Synonym of Bacon's cipher. Baconianism. The scientific methods of Francis Bacon. Baconians. Plural of Baconian. Bacone. Synonym of Baconian relating to Francis Bacon. Baconize. Alternative form of baconize. Baconized. Simple past and past participle of baconize. Baconizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of baconize. Baconizing. Present participle and gerund of baconize. Baconism. Synonym of Baconianism. Baconess. A supporter of Nathaniel Bacon, Virginia colonist 1647-1676, who instigated Bacon's rebellion. Baconess. Plural of baconess. Baconize. To prepare like bacon, by smoking, etc. Baconized. Simple past and past participle of baconize. Baconizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of baconize. Baconizing. Present participle and gerund of baconize. Baconless. Without bacon. Bacon-like. Resembling or characteristic of bacon. Bacons. Plural of bacon. Bacontini. A martini cocktail made with bacon. Bacontinans. Plural of bacontini. Baconweed. Synonym of pigweed, the plant Chenopodium album. Bacony. Resembling bacon, especially in flavor. Baku. Alternative form of Baku. Mikor. A city in Cavite, Philippines. Bacus. Plural of Baku. Bacopa. Any of the genus Bacopa of aquatic plants, the water hyssops. Bacopas. Plural of Bacopa. Bacassi. Any of a family of tritopanoid saponins found in the plant Bacopa moneri. Bacasides. Plural of Bacassi. Bigot. A surname from French. Bigot. A surname from French. Bacots. Plural of Bacote. Bekots, plural of bekot. Bakeover. Back cover of a book, magazine, or similar medium. Bakeovers, plural of bakeover. Back RNA, bacterial artificial chromosome RNA. Bacana, alternative form of back RNA. Back RNA, plural of back RNA. Bacana, plural of bacana. Backronym, alternative spelling of backronym. Macronide, simple past and past participle of backronym. Macronizing, present participle and gerund backronym. Backronymd, simple past and past participle of backronym. Bacronyming, present participle and gerund backronym. Backronyms, plural of backronym. Bax, acronym of Bankers Automated Clearing Services. Ba, plural of BAC. Max, plural of Back. Boxgisken, an administrative county of Hungary. Bax-a-Katerein Nort. A barangay of Claveria, Cagayan, Philippines. Bax-a-Katerein Sur, a barangay of Claveria, Cagayan, Philippines. Baxan, a barangay of Santa Cruz, Ilocos Sur, Philippines. Baksheesh, obsolete form of baksheesh. Bakish, alternative form of baksheesh. Maxo, a barangay of Bangui, Ilocos Norte, Philippines. Maxol Norte, a barangay of Layag, Ilocos Norte, Philippines. Baxel South, a barangay of Layag, Ilocos Norte, Philippines. Baxel a meal of bacon with fried rice and fried egg. Baxonian, or relating to a variation of the Hobinhian industry, based around B-letter 1 EAFC San and characterized by a higher frequency of edge-ground Kabul artifacts. Vect, abbreviation of bacteria. Vect, abbreviation of bacteria. Vecta, initialism of British Amusement Catering Trade Association. Bactinacin, any of a family of antimicrobial cyclic peptides found in the granules of boba neutrophils. Bactinacins, plural of bactinacin. Bacter, alternative form of bacteria. Bacteremia, the medical condition of having bacteria in the bloodstream. Bacteremias, plural of bacteremia. Bacteremic, alternative form of bacteremic. Bacteriocytes, a bacterial infection of acidic fluid. Bacteremia, alternative spelling of bacteremia. Bacteremio, bacteremic. Bacteremias, plural of bacteremia. Bacteremic, of pertaining to or having bacteremia, having bacteria in the blood. Bacteremically, by means of bacteremia. Bacteria, alternative form of bacteria. Bacteria, plural of bacterium. Bacteriaceae, a large family of bacteria in some classifications that is usually gram-negative, producing no spores and having a complex metabolism while utilizing amino acids of different types. Bactericidal, alternative form of bactericidal. Bacteriaceae, alternative form of bactericide. Bacteriaceae, plural of bacteriaceae. Bacteria, plural of bacteria. Bacteremia, alternative form of bacteremia. Bacteremias, plural of bacteremia. Bacterial, of relating to or caused by bacteria. Bacterial flaw, all the bacteria inside or on the surface of an organism. Bacterial floras, plural of bacterial flora. Bacterial meningitides, plural of bacterial meningitis. Bacterial meningitis, a type of meningitis caused by bacterial infection. Bacterial wetway, synonym of slime flux. Bacteriolus, without bacteria. Bacterial-like, resembling or characteristic of bacteria. Bacterialization, the treatment of a crop with bacteria in order to promote growth, nutrient uptake, etc. Bacterializations, plural of bacterialization. Bacterioli, in reference to bacteria. Bacteria, bacterial. Bacterias, plural of bacteria. Bacteric, of or relating to bacteria. Bactericidal, that kills bacteria. Bactericidally, in a bactericidal manner. Bactericidals, plural of bactericidal. Bactericide, any substance that kills bacteria, especially one that is otherwise harmless. Bactericides, plural of bactericide. Bactericidin, any antibody that together with the complement can kill bacteria. Bactericidins, plural of bactericidin. Bacterid, a bacterial infection of the skin. Bacterids, plural of bacterid. Bacteremia, alternative form of bacteremia. Bacteremias, plural of bacteremia. Bactereme, alternative form of bacteremic. Bacterin, a suspension of killed or attenuated bacteria for use as a vaccine. Bacterins, plural of bacterin. Bacterio, bacteria. Bacterioglutenin, an antibody which causes agglutination of bacteria. Bacterioglutenins, plural of bacterioglutenin. Bacteriocidium, a gall produced by a bacterium. Bacteriocentric, overly concerned with bacteria. Bacteriochlorine, a form of chlorine of bacterial origin that has two pyrrole groups in the main ring. Bacteriochlorines, plural of bacteriochlorine. Bacteria chlorophyll, a photosynthetic pigment related to the chlorophylls occurring in various bacteria doing anexogenic photosynthesis. Bacteria chlorophyllic, of, pertaining to, resembling or derived from bacteria chlorophyll. Bacteria chlorophyllae, a chlorophyllae derived from bacteria chlorophyll. Bacteria chlorophylls, plural of bacteria chlorophyll. Bactericidal, alternative form of bactericidal. Bacteriaceae, alternative form of bactericide. Bacteriacids, plural of bacteriaceae. Bacteriacidic, bactericidal. Bacteriacin, alternative form of bactericidin. Bacteriacins, plural of bacteriacidin. Bacteriacin, any of the class of adiabatic toxins produced by some bacteria that to it closely related bacteria. Bacteriocinogen, a bacterial plasmid that directs the synthesis of bacteriocins. Bacteriocinogenic, that synthesizes bacteriocinogens. Bacteriocinogens, plural of bacteriocinogen. Bacteriocins, plural of bacteriocin. Bacteriocoprene, a bacterial form of erythrocoprene that contains 2 atoms of zinc. Bacteriaceae, a modified adipocyte in some insects containing symbiotic bacteria. Bacteriaceates, plural of bacteriaceae. Actiofermented, fermented by bacterial enzymes. Actioferritin, an oligomeric protein similar to ferritin found in various bacteria. Actioferritins, plural of bacterioferritin. Acteriogenic, caused by bacteria. Acteriogenous, bacteriogenic, producing bacteria. Actiogram, a test of how well bacteria grows in certain conditions. Actiograms, plural of bacteriogram. Acteriograph, a picture created by growing bacteria and using a light mask to selectively sterilize regions. Actiograph, plural of bacteriograph. Actiography, the art of creating pictures by growing bacteria and using a light mask to selectively sterilize regions. Acteriohapain, a bacterial hapain. Acteriohapainbental, a bacteriohapain polyol that has 5 hydroxyl groups. Acteriohapainbentals, plural of bacteriohapainpental. Acteriohapainhaleal, any of a group of bacterial pentacyclic triterpenoids found in the lipid cell membranes of many bacteria, frequently used as biomarkers in sedimentary rocks. Acteriohapainhaleals, plural of bacteriohapainpolyal. Acteriohapains, plural of bacteriohapain. Acteriohapanetetral, a bacteriohapain polyol that has 4 hydroxyl groups. Acteriohapanetetrals, plural of bacteriohapanetetral. Acteriohapanoi, acteriohapanoi. Acteriohapanoids, plural of bacteriohapanoi. Acterioi, alternative form of bacteroid. Acterioido, synonym of bacteroid. Acterioids, plural of bacterioi. Acterial, abbreviation of bacteriology. Acterial, abbreviation of bacteriology. Acteriologic, acteriological. Acteriological, of or pertaining to bacteriology. Acteriologically, in a bacteriological manner, with respect to bacteriology. Bacteriologies, plural of bacteriology. Bacteriologists, a microbiologist is bacteriology is bacteriology. Bacteriologists, plural of bacteriologists. Bacteriology, the scientific study of bacteria, especially in relation to disease and agriculture. Bacteriales, bacterialysis. Bacterialized, simple past and past participle of bacterialize. Bacterializes, plural of bacterialysis. Bacterialysin, any adipi that causes lysis of the cells of a bacterium. Bacterializing, present participle and gerund of bacterialize. Bacterialysins, plural of bacterialysin. Bacterialysis, the destruction of bacteria by lyses. Bacteriolytic, of relating to or causing bacteriolysis. Bacteriolytically, by means of or in terms of bacteriolysis. Bacteriales, alternative form of bacterialize. Bacterialized, simple past and past participle of bacterialize. Bacterializes, third person singular simple present indicative of bacterialize. Bacterializing, present participle and gerund of bacterialize. Bacterium, an organelle in some insects containing bacteriocytes. Bacteriomes, plural of bacterium. Bacterium, relating to a bacterium. Bacteria mimetic, that mimics the action of bacteria. Bacteria nanofiber, a bacterial nanofiber composed of protein. Bacterianofibers, plural of bacterianofiber. Actiopsin, a particular transmembrane protein. Actiopsins, plural of bacteriopsin. Bacteriopathology, a disease caused by bacteria. Atiophytin, alternative form of bacteriophysin. Atiophytins, plural of bacteriophytin. Actiophid, a virus that specifically infects bacteria. Bacteriophages, plural of bacteriophage. Bacteriophagia, obsolete form of bacteriophagy. Bacteriophage, of or pertaining to a bacteriophage. Bacteriophagus, pertaining to the predation and consumption of bacterium. Bacteriophagy, the feeding on bacteria. Etiophagy, any bacteriophagy. Etiophagids, plural of bacteriophagy. Etiophagy, any phagocytin of bacterial origin. Etiophagens, plural of bacteriophagocytin. Bacteriophilus, having attraction to bacteria, typically symbiotic. Bacteriopho, a person afflicted with bacteriophobia. Bacteriophobes, plural of bacteriopho. Bacteriophobia, an abnormal fear of bacteria. Bacteriophobic, afflicted with bacteriophobia. Bacteriophore, any part of an animal that hosts a population of bacteria. Bacteriophores, plural of bacteriophore. Bacteriophytochrome, any form of phytochrome found in a bacterium. Bacteriophytochromes, plural of bacteriophytochrome. Bacterioplankton, the bacterial component of marine plankton. Bacterioplanktonic, relating to or composed of bacterioplankton. Bacterioplanktons, plural of bacterioplankton. Bacteriopyrin, a red pigment found in certain sulfur bacteria. Bacteriorhodopsin, any of several related purple photosynthetic proteins found in halobacteria that act as proton pumps. Bacteriorhodopsins, plural of bacteriorhodopsin. Bacteriurin, a red phase of carotenoid based on phase 6E, 8E, 10E, 12E, 14E, 16E, 18E, 20E, 22E, 24E, 26E, 20, 8E, 30, E32s, 532 bis 2 hydroxypop and 2L2, 8, 12, 16, 21, 25, 29, 35 out to methyl hexaicoded 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 20, 8, 30 tried again at 2, 35 yel. Bacteriorubirins, plural of bacteriorubrin. Bacterioscopic, of or pertaining to bacterioscopy. Bacterioscopical, bacterioscopic, bacterioscopically, by means of bacterioscopy. Bacterioscopist, one who carries out bacterioscopy. Bacterioscopists, plural of bacterioscopists. Bacterioscopy, the use of microscopy to study bacteria. Bacteriosis, plural of bacteriosis. Bacteriosis, an infection of bacteria. Bacteriosome, a bacterial endosymbiont. Bacteriosomes, plural of bacteriosome. Bacteriospermia, the presence of bacteria in the semen. Bacteriosponge, any marine sponge that hosts a community of bacteria. Bacteriosponges, plural of bacteriosponge. Bacteriostasis. Plural of bacteriostases. Bacteriostases. A phase in which microbial organisms are prevented from undergoing further cell growth without being actually killed. Bacteriase. A biological or chemical agent that causes bacteriostasis. Bacteriostatic. Of or relating to bacteriostases or a bacteriostat, inhibiting the growth of bacteria without destroying them. Bacteriostatically. With regard to bacteriostases, by means of a bacteriostat. Bacteriostasicity. The condition of being bacteriostatic. Bacteriostatics. Plural of bacteriostatic. Bacteriostats. Plural of bacteriostat. Bacteriotherapeutic. Relating to bacteriotherapy. Bacteriotherapies. Plural of bacteriotherapy. Bacteriotherapy. Any therapeutic use of bacteria. Bacteriotactic. Toxic to bacteria. Bacteriotoxin. Any toxin produced by a bacterium. Bacteriotoxins. Plural of bacteriotoxin. Bacteriotrophic. That is bacteria. Bacteriotrophic. Attracted towards or targeting bacteria. Bacteriotrophin. An antibody that makes a specific bacterium more susceptible to phagocytosis. Bacterias. Bacterial. Bacteriovirus. Synonym of bacteriophage. Bacterioviruses. Plural of bacteriovirus. Bacteriovar. Alternative form of bacterivore. Bacteriovores. Plural of bacteriovar. Bacteriovirus. Misspelling of bacterivorous. Bacteriovory. Misspelling of bacterivory. Bacterize. Alternative spelling of bacterize. Bacterize. Simple past and past participle of bacterize. Bacterizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of bacterize. Bacterizing. Present participle and gerund of bacterize. Bacteriostatic. Alternative form of bacteriostatic. Bacteritic. Cause bacteria. Bacteria. A single-celled organism with cell walls but no nucleus or organelles. Bacterium-like. Bacteriolike. Bacterias. Plural of bacterium. Bacteriuria. The presence of bacteria in the urine. Bacteriurias. Plural of bacteriuria. Bacteriuric. Relating to bacteriuria. Bacterivore. Any organism that ingests bacteria, whether as food or as a source of energy. Bacterivores. Plural of bacterivore. Bacterivorous. Feeding on bacteria. Bacterivory. The ingestion of bacteria as food or as an energy supply. Bacterization. The act or process of bacterizing. Bacterizations. Plural of bacterization. Bacterize. To treat with bacteria. Bacterize. Simple past and past participle of bacterize. Bacterizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of bacterize. Bacterizing. Present participle and gerund of bacterize. Bacteroi. A microorganism such as a bacterium or yeast. Bacteroidal. Relating to the bacteroids. Bacteroidy. Any bacterium of the phylum Bacteroidetes. Bacteroidetes. Plural of bacteroidete. Bacteroids. Plural of bacteroid. Bacteriuria. Alternative form of bacteriuria. Bacteriurias. Plural of bacteriuria. Bacteremia. Alternative spelling of bacteremia. Bactin. A type of cider offer produced by certain bacteria, such as those in the genus Rhodococcus. Bactevirus that feeds on bacteria. Bactover. Bacteriological grade agar. Bactobolin, any of a group of antitumor antibiotics based on 2-Xan-3s 4R4AR5R6R3-dichromethyl 5,6H-trihydroxy 3-methyl-1-oxo 4A5-6-7-tetrahydro 4-il-2-aminopropionalide, present in Pseudomonas. Bactobolins, plural of bactobolin. Bactotion, gene therapy using bacteria as delivery vector. Bactophilin, a cytoskeletal element that forms filaments throughout the cells of the rod-shaped protobacterium Myxococcus xanthus. Bactophilins, plural of bactophilin. Bactin, a place in England. Bactoptone, a peptone used as a bacterial culture medium. Bactoptones, plural of bactoptone. Bactophenol, misspelling of bactoprenol. Bactoprenol, a polyterpenoid alcohol found in lactobacilli. Bactotryptone, a form of tryptone used to culture bacteria. Achaea, the ancient name of the country between the range of the Hindu Kush and the Amu Darya in West Asia, encompassing parts of northern Afghanistan, eastern Turkmenistan, southern Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and northern Pakistan. Bactriamedean archaeological complex, a Bronze Age civilization of Central Asia, dated to c. 2400–1900 BCE. Bactrian, a native or inhabitant of Bactria. Bactrian camel, the camel with two humps, Camelus bactrianus, native to the steppes of Asia. Bactrian camels, plural of Bactrian camel. Bactrians, plural of Bactrian. Bactrian, any leaf roller or tortrix moth of the tribe Bactriinae. Bactrians, plural of Bactrian. Bactriticone, a shell which has a straight cone shape, like certain primitive Ammonoidea. Bactriticones, plural of Bactriticone. Bactriticonic, relating to, composed of, or having the form of a bactriticone. Bactritid, any cephalopod of the order Bactritida of straight-shelled orthoconic cephalopods that lived 410 to 230 million years age. Bactritids, plural of Bactritid. Bactritoi, any of the order Bactritida of extinct cephalopods. Bactritoids, plural of Bactritoi. Vacuac, a municipality of Surigao del Norte, Philippines. Vacula, plural of baculum. Vacular, relating to a baculum. Vaculate, consisting of bacula. Vacule, alternative form of bascule. Vacuoles, plural of bacule. Vaculi, plural of baculus. Vacuolicone, an organism or fossil with a baculiconic shell or the shell itself. Vaculicones, plural of baculicone. Vaculiconic, having a long, relatively straight tapering shell, possibly with one or two coils at the narrow end. Vaculiferous, bearing canes or reeds. Vaculiform, shaped like a bacillus, rod-shaped. Vaculin, of or pertaining to a rod or cane or punishment with either of them. Vaculite, any of the genus Baculites of extinct cephalopod heteromorph ammonites. Vaculites, plural of baculite. Vaculidid, any of the extinct anates in the family Baculidae. Vaculitids, plural of baculidid. Baculosome, a bacterial microsome. Baculosomes, plural of baculosome. baculoviral, of, pertaining to, or derived from a baculovirus. Baculovirally, by means of a baculovirus. Baculovirus, any large rod-shaped virus of the family Baculoviridae, including the granuloviruses and nucleopolyhedroviruses. Baculoviruses, plural of baculovirus. Baculum, a bone found in the penis of some placental mammals. Baculums, plural of baculum. Bacules, alternative form of baculum rod-like structure in spores and pollen. Bacumdan, a barangay of Lopez, Quezon, Philippines. Vega, a town in Rossendale Borough, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 8623. Bacuperi, Docinia Niana, a dioecious evergreen of the Amazon basin, producing fruitless edible arils. Bacuparis, plural of Bacuperi. Bacchus, a surname from Cebuano. Macassus, plural of Bacchus. A low quality. Bad actor, an individual or entity with a prior criminal conviction or who has been sanctioned by the court or regulator. Bad actors, plural of bad actor. Bad agi, a lingering weakness in a player's position in some part of the board which may trouble them, especially by facilitating a later attack, by hampering their play there or by the effort required to repair it. Bad apple, a person who is not wholesome, honest, or trustworthy, especially one who has an adverse influence on others. Bad apples, plural of bad apple. Bad appling, the practice of applying the qualities of a bad apple to an entire group in order to mischaracterize the group as a whole. Badass, alternative form of badass. Badasses, plural of badass. Badaussi, a town and municipality in Liesen district, Styria, Austria. Badaxe, a city, the county seat of Huron County, Michigan, United States. Bad babies, plural of bad baby. Bad baby, synonym of bad boy, a powerful or impressive product or item. Bad bank, a bank created to specialize in the ownership of defaulted loans and their collection. Bad banks, plural of bad bank. Abith, the losing of a hand after being the mathematical favorite to win at the start of the hand. Bad beats, plural of bad beat. Bad bell, envy, jealousy. Bad Bentheim, a town in Grafschaft Bentheim district, Lower Saxony, Germany, near the Dutch border. Bad bishop, a bishop that is blocked by the player's own pawns. Bad bishops, plural of bad bishop. Bad bitch, an independent bishops, plural of bad bishop. Bad bitch, an independent, confident, and attractive woman, especially one that is also highly sought after or irresistible. Bad bitches, plural of bad bitch. Bad boy, feelings of hostility or ill will. Bad books, disfavor. Bad boy, a man whose rebellious nature makes him dangerous or attractive. Bad boys, plural of bad boy. Bad breath, breath that produces an unpleasant or foul-smelling odor when exhaled. Bad breaths, plural of bad breath. Bad business, synonym of bad news, irritating, troublesome or harmful thing, situation or person. Bad cess, bad luck, failure, or evil befalling. Bad check, a check/check written against a bank account with insufficient funds to pay the amount of the check. Bad checks, plural of bad check. Bad cholesterol, low-density lipoprotein cholesterol. Bad cholesterols, plural of bad cholesterol. Bad comes to worse. Alternative form of worst comes to worst. Bad comes to worse. Alternative form of worst comes to worst. Bad company. The wrong crowd. Bad conscience. Synonym of guilty conscience. Bad debt. A debt which cannot be recovered for the debtor, either because the debtor lacks the money to pay or because the debtor cannot be found incentivized to pay. Bad debts. Plural of bad debt. Bad Dreiber. A town in Höchster District, North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Bad Duakheim. A spa town and rural district in Rhineland-Palatinate, Germany. Bad A. Someone whose behavior is reprehensible or irresponsible, a rogue. Bad eggs. Plural of bad egg. Bad ending. An ending that occurs when the player finishes the video game but is not completely successful for some reason, as opposed to a good ending. Bad endings. Plural of bad ending. Bad eye. A stare that is superstitiously supposed to be harmful, the evil eye. Bad eyes. Plural of bad eye. Bad facts make bad law. Unusual circumstances can lead lawmakers or judges to set precedent that applies poorly to most situations. Bad faith. The misrepresentation of one's own true motive. Bad feeling. Synonym of premonition, a strong intuition that something is about to happen, usually something negative, but not exclusively. Bad feelings. Plural of bad feeling. Bad form. Behavior which is contrary to social expectations, which is inappropriate or rude. Bad Gastein. A spa town in the state of Salzburg, Austria. Bad girl. A female criminal. Bad girls. Plural of bad girl. Bad Goatspur. A borough of Bonn, southern North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Bad guy. A villain, particularly an antagonist in a story. Bad guys. Plural of bad guy. Bad hair day. A day when one's hair seems unmanageable. Bad hair days. Plural of bad hair day. Bad hat. A maker of mischief. Bad hats. Plural of bad hat. Bad Hanef. A spa town in Rhein-Sieg district, North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany, southeast of Bonn. Bad hop. A ball that bounces in front of an infielder in an unexpected way, often as a result of imperfections in the field or the spin on the ball. Bad hops. Plural of bad hop. Bad humor. U.S. spelling of bad humor. Bad humors. Plural of bad humor. Bad humor. Irritability. Or surliness. Bad humors. Plural of bad humor. Bad influence. Something or someone that teaches others to do wrong or encourages wrong actions and thoughts by example. Bad influences. Plural of bad influence. Bad ire. Bad ill luck. Bad Eskel. A spa town in Gmunden district, Upper Austria, Austria. Bad joke. A situation that is badly planned or illogical. Bad jokes. Plural of bad joke. Bad lands. Archaic form of badlands. Bad language. Profanity. Bad leaver. An employee who leaves employment under certain negative circumstances that affect their benefits, equity ownership, or other rights. Bad leavers. Plural of bad leaver. Bad light. A weather condition where the light is so poor that the umpires feel that to continue playing would be dangerous. Bad looker. Someone who is unattractive or not pleasing to the eye. Bad lookers, plural of bad looker. Bad loser, synonym of sore loser. Bad losers, plural of bad loser. Bad lot, a bad person. Bad lots, plural of bad lot. Bad luck, an undesirable turn of events such as an accident, misfortune. Bad manners, the treatment of other people in an impolite or discourteous way or incorrect behavior in public. Bad medicine, any advice or treatment that has no value or exacerbates the problem. Bad Mergentheim, a town in the Main-Tauberkreis district in Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Bad mind, malicious intent, animosity. Bad money, any money of coinage or currency that is depreciated, mutilated, or debased. Bad money drives out good. Debased coinage with low levels of precious metals replaces purer coinage with higher levels of precious metals. Bad monies, plural of bad money. Bad mood, synonym of ill humor. Bad moods, plural of bad mood. Bad name, lack of reverence or esteem, poor reputation. Bad names, plural of bad name. Bad news, news of unpleasant, unfortunate, or sad events. Bad news travels fast. Bad news circulates quickly because people often circulate it everywhere. Bad Oeynhausen, a spa town in Main-Lübeck district, North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Bad off, synonym of badly off. Bad old days, the past seen as a time when things were worse. Bad part of town, a dilapidated area of a city where many people live in a state of poverty and in which crime is more common than in other portions of the city. Bad parts of town, plural of bad part of town. Bad patch, a difficult or challenging time. Bad pennies, plural of bad penny. Bad penny, a person or thing which is unpleasant, disreputable, or otherwise unwanted, especially one which repeatedly appears at inopportune times. Bad press, public criticism, especially when occurring in the media, damage to one's reputation. Bad quarto, a quarto-size publication of a play, especially a Shakespearean play, that is considered spurious by virtue of having been copied down during a performance or later reconstructed from memory. Bad quartos, plural of bad quarto. Bad rap, an undeservedly poor reputation. Bad raps, plural of bad rap. Bad rep, misconstruction of bad rap. Bad Schanto, a spa town on the Elbe in Sächsisch-Schwyz-Ostersgebirge district, Saxony, Germany. Bad Schwartau, a town in Ostelstein, Schleswig-Holstein, Germany. Bad scran to someone, a mild malediction of wishing that someone may have bad food. Bad seed, a genetic source of bad behavior or other negative results. Bad seeds, plural of bad seed. That show, used to express disappointment. Bad sign, an action or thing that suggests something is wrong. Bad signs, plural of bad sign. Bad sport, synonym of poor sport. Bad sports, plural of bad sport. Bad taste in one's mouth, a feeling that something is morally despicable as to cause nausea. Bad tastes in one's mouth, plural of bad taste in one's mouth. Bad temper, synonym of ill humor. Bad temperedness, alternative form of bad temperedness. Bad tempers, plural of bad temper. Bad thing, an action that yields undesirable results to its subject. Bad things, plural of bad thing. Bad things come in threes. If one unfortunate event has already occurred, a second and third are likely to occur. If two, a third should be expected. Bad to be, difficult to beat, sure to succeed. Bad touch, a sexual assault, sexual contact without permission. Bad trip, an acute adverse psychological reaction to effects produced under the influence of psychoactive substances, namely hallucinogens. Bad trips, plural of bad trip. Bad troth, bad luck. Bad tur, an action that causes harm to someone. Bad up, to bad mouth, criticize, or malign. Bad Wilsnack, a town in Prignitz district, Brandenburg, Germany. Bad winner, synonym of sore winner. Bad winners, plural of bad winner. Bad were, a vulgar word. Bad words, plural of bad word. Bad rap, misspelling of bad rap. Badass, alternative form of badass. Badassery, alternative form of badassery. Badass is plural of badass. Badassness, the state or characteristics of being badass. Bad boy, alternative spelling of bad boy. Bad boys, plural of bad boy. Bad jacket, to create suspicion around a person through the spreading of rumors, manufacture of evidence and disinformation, etc. Bad jacketed, simple past and past participle of bad jacket. Bad jacketing, present participle and gerund of bad jacket. Bad jackets, third person singular simple present indicative of bad jacket. Bad lad split, a phonemic split of the phoneme ash a yash into a short ash a yash and a long ash a e lengthen ash, as heard in some varieties of British and Australian English, in which bad is pronounced sash b a e lengthen d ash and lad is pronounced sash li ash. Bad looking, not pleasing to the eye, unattractive. Bad manner, having bad manners, impolite. Bad-minded, suspicious, malicious, or cynical. Bad mouth, alternative spelling of bad mouth. Bad mouth, simple past and past participle of bad mouth. Bad mouthing, present participle and gerund of bad mouth. Bad mouths, third person singular simple present indicative of bad mouth. Bad-natured, synonym of ill-natured having a bad nature. Bad talk, to disparage something or to speak maliciously about someone. Bad talk, simple past and past participle of bad talk. Bad talking, present participle and gerund of bad talk. Bad hawks, third person singular simple present indicative of bad talk. Bad temper, of or pertaining to bad temper, showing anger easily or customarily. Bad-temperedly, in a bad-tempered manner. Bad-temperedness, the quality of being bad-tempered. Bada bing, alternative form of bada bing bada boom. Bada bing bada boom, expressing that something was easily completed, was simple to accomplish, or followed as a direct consequence. Bada boom, alternative form of bada bing bada boom. Bada boom bada bing, alternative form of bada bing bada boom. Madanga, a Dravidian language spoken primarily in the Nilgiri hills of southern India. Badajoz, a city in Extremadura, Spain. Bada, a rhinoceros. Badak Barandum, a popular traditional dessert in Asia, glutinous rice balls loaded with grated coconut that has been cooked with palm sugar or coconut sugar, which is then submerged in coconut sauce. Badakhshan, a historical region comprising parts of what is now northeastern Afghanistan and southeastern Tajikistan. Badaks, plural of Badak. Badal, a surname. Badalamenti, a surname from Italian. Badalamentes, plural of Badalamenti. Badalona, a city in Catalonia, Spain situated on the left bank of the Besòs River and on the Mediterranean Sea. Badals, plural of Badal. Badam, an almond. Badami, a city in North Karnataka. Badams, plural of Badam. Badarpur, a town in Assam, India. Madars, standard spelling of badass. Badarses, plural of badars. Badass, a belligerent or mean person, a person with an unpleasantly extreme appearance, attitudes, or behavior. Badass, synonym of badass. Badassery, the behavior or quality of a badass, belligerence, audaciousness, etc. Badasses, plural of badass. Badassitude, synonym of badassery. Badassness, the quality or state of being badass. Badassi, characteristic of a badass, impressively tough or audacious. Anol, a person given to idle observation of everything with wonder or astonishment, a credulous or gossipy idler. Badads, plural of badai. Badawi, a surname from Arabic. Badawas, plural of Badawi. Badboy, alternative spelling of bad boy. Badboys, plural of bad boy. Daddi, a village and civil parish in West Northamptonshire, England, previously in Daventry District OS Grid Ref SB 5658. Badvi, said in reaction to a departure involving painful emotions. Bad ties, plural of bad by. Magin, alternative form of Bachan. Bachanum, plural of Bachan. Bachans, plural of Bachan. Bachan, a kind of Ashkenazic professional wedding entertainer, poet, and master of ceremonies originating in Eastern Europe. Bachans, plural of Bachan. Badakai, a surname. Badums, a surname from Welsh. Badach, a village in Nova Scotia, Canada. Mada, simple past and past participle of bad. Badad, simple past and past participle of bad up. Badali, a surname. Adulier, a rare zirconium oxide mineral occurring in a variety of monoclinic prismatic crystal forms. Adelates, plural of Badalier. Badales, plural of Badali. Man, to become or make bad all senses. Bevend, simple past and past participle of baden. Bevending, present participle and gerund of baden. Madens, third person singular simple present indicative of baden. Matter, comparative form of bad, more bad. Badderlocks, the edible seaweed Alaria esculenta. Batters, the sport of badminton. Addesley and Zar, a village and civil parish in North Warwickshire District, Warwickshire, England OS Grid Ref SB 2798. Badass, superlative form of bad, most bad, worst. Bat Adorach, a settlement on Loch Inver, near Lochinver, Western Sutherland, Highland Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NC 0822. A person of bad character, especially in a work of fiction. Bad is plural of baddie. Bad Isle, a civil parish served by Sound and District Parish Council and scattered settlement in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England OS Grid Ref SJ 6050. That present participle and gerund of bad. Bad and up, present participle and gerund of bad up. Badish, somewhat bad, of equality between mediocre and bad. Badishness, the state or quality of being baddish. Attitude, alternative form of baditude. That alternative spelling of baddie. They, simple past of bid. They de fair, simple past of bid fair. Badau, a surname from French. Badaus, plural of Badau. Medley, the city of Adelaide, Australia. Belair, a short sword with a heavy, curved blade and S-shaped quillions. Bedlairs, plural of Bedlair. Vanelange, a group of ducks on the ground. Badelanges, plural of Badelange. Venmas, a male given name from? Baden-Baden, a spa town in Germany. Baden-Baden, a spa town in Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Baden-Württemberg. A state in southwest Germany. Badenese, of, from, or relating to the historical state or territory of Baden, now part of the state of Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Badenoch, a traditional district of Scotland and Highland Council area. Beder, a surname. Edi, an Indo-Iranian language, spoken primarily in the northern provinces of Pakistan. Badas, second person singular simple past indicative of bid. Badhe, a badly written fanfic. Badex, plural of badfic. Madh, a distinctive mark, token, sign, emblem, or cognizance worn on one's clothing as an insignia of some rank or of the membership of an organization. Majbunis, plural of badge bunny. Majbunny, a woman who is romantically attracted to police officers and who seeks out their companionship. Badge drinking, the practice of drinking a particular brand of alcoholic drink because of the social cachet it provides. Badien, to check into a workplace or restricted area by showing or electronically scanning one's badge. Badge night, a night several days before bonfire night in which members of a bonfire society congregate at their headquarters, usually a pub, to be initiated with the current use badges and receive information on the upcoming event. Badge of honor, an outward sign that signifies some distinction. Badge of honor, alternative form of badge of honor. Badge of merit, synonym of merit badge. Badge of shame, a distinctive symbol required to be worn by a specific group or an individual for the purpose of public humiliation, ostracism, or persecution. Badge out, to leave a building by swiping an identification badge, to give up or cause to give up an identification badge when it is no longer needed. Badge up, to earn a badge such as by becoming a police officer. Badge cove, a parish pensioner. Badge coves, plural of badge cove. Bad, wearing a badge. Badged in, simple past and past participle of badge in. Badged out, simple past and past participle of badge out. Badge top, simple past and past participle of badge up. Matter, alternative form of badger. Badgers, plural of badger. Badgeless, without a badge. Badgelay, resembling a badge. Badgemaking, the manufacture of badges. Badgeman, a man who wears a badge. Badgeman, plural of badgemen. Badger, a native or resident of the American state of Wisconsin. Badger dog, synonym of Dachshund type of dog. Badger dogs, plural of badger dog. Badger game, an extortion scheme in which the victim is tricked into a compromising position, typically a sexual encounter, and then blackmailed. Badger games, plural of badger game. Badger state, an unofficial nickname for Wisconsin, a state of the United States. Badger-legged, having legs of unequal length. Badger brush, the plant Symphora carpos occidentalis. Badger, annoy, upset. Badgera, one who badgers. Badgeras, plural of badgera. Badgerhood, the essence of being a badger. Badgering, annoying, upsetting. Badgeringly, so as to badger or annoy. Badgerings, plural of badgering. Badger-like, similar to a badger. Badgerly, characteristic of, relating to, or befitting a badger. Badgers, plural of badger. Badgesona, a persona that is a badger. Badgesonas, plural of badgesona. Badges, plural of badge. Badges in, third person singular simple present indicative of badge in. Badges of honor, plural of badge of honor. Badges of honor, plural of badge of honor. Badges of merit, plural of badge of merit. Badges out, third person singular simple present indicative of badge out. Badges up, third person singular simple present indicative of badge up. Bandit, a surname. Badgets, plural of badget. Madywork, tasks performed by those in the scouting movement in order to earn badges. Badgeworth, a village and civil parish in Tewkesbury Borough, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Refs So 9019. Bad Guys, a province of Afghanistan. Badging, present participle and gerund of badge. Badging in, present participle and gerund of badge in. Badging out, present participle and gerund of badge out. Badging up, present participle and gerund of badge up. Badger, a wind catcher. Badgers, plural of badger. Matuli, a surname. Badgelis, plural of badgely. Beta, a surname. Baden, alternative form of Batchen. Badens, plural of Batten. Badwar, a Kshatriya Haryana Jat surname. A surname. Adaha, a freshwater sponge genus Spongilla formerly used to treat bruises, pleurisy, scrofula, etc. Manian, a Barbadian. Vadan, a barangay of Kathingan, Masbate, Philippines. Vedandan, a municipality of Iloilo, Philippines. Vedanban, a barangay of President Roxas, Capiz, Philippines. Vadians, plural of Badian. Vadias, plural of Badia. Vedi, a surname. Vadias, plural of Badi. Badification, the process by which something becomes bad in various senses. Badify, simple past and past participle of badify. Badifies, third person singular simple present indicative of badify. Badify, to make bad in various senses. Badifying, present participle and gerund of badify. Badadin, a cement or paste as of plaster and freestone, or of sawdust and glue or lime used by sculptors and builders to fill holes, cover defects, or finish a surface. Badagens, plural of badagen. Badella, a surname. Badellas, plural of badella. Badello, a surname. Badellos, plural of badillo. Badinage, playful raillery, banter. Badinage, simple past and past participle of badinage. Badinages, third person singular simple present indicative of badinage. Badinage, present participle and gerund of badinage. Medin, a short decorated switch or rod carried by the fashionable in the 18th and 19th centuries. Badinary, a brief and lively dance. Badinaries, plural of badinary. Badins, plural of badin. Vading Poblacion, a barangay of Butuan, Agusan del Norte. Philippines. Irania. A kitten pigment produced by Xerocomus BDS with smiles C1 equals C equals C equals C1 slash C equals C B slash 2 slash C equals C equal to O2 C3 equals C 4 equals C5 C equals C3 C equal to OC5 equals C equals C4 C6 equals C slash C equals C slash C7 equals C equals C equals C7 OB slash C equal to O's Ladyoc 6 equal to OOO's Lad C equal to OO. A dialect of Latin spoken in Val Badia and in Mero. Badouan, of or relating to Alain Badiou, born 1937, French philosopher. Badias, chestnut color. Adish acid, 2-amino naphthalene 8-sulfonic acid. Attitude, that attitude. The Cape Verdean Cuyulo language spoken on Santiago Island of Cape Verde. It belongs to the Sotavento branch of Cuyulo. The Cape Verdean Cuyulo language spoken on Santiago Island of Cape Verde. It belongs to the Sotavento branch of Cuyulo. Badjalan, alternative form of Bunjalon. Badjao, alternative spelling of Badjao. Badjaos, plural of Badjao. Majo, archaic form of Baju. Majos, plural of Bajo. Madu, archaic form of Baju. Madus, plural of Baju. Madu, dated form of Baju. Madas, plural of Baju. Badkan, alternative form of Badchan. Badkanum, plural of Badkan. Badkans, plural of Badkan. Badkan, alternative form of Badjan. Badkans, plural of Badkan. Badkan, alternative form of Badjan. Badkans, plural of Badkan. Badkan, alternative form of Badjan. Badkanum, plural of bad con. Bad cons, plural of bad con. Now, an indigenous care-forward system used on the Bombay Stock Exchange. Badland, alternative form of Badlands. Badlands, Badlands National Park and National Park in South Dakota. Badlas, plural of Badla. Valley, a civil parish without a parish council in Mid-Suffolk District, Suffolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 0655. Badlays, plural of Badly. Badling, a barangay of Yusan, Masbate, Philippines. Badlings, plural of battling. Valley, in a bad manner. Alley off, in unfortunate circumstances, especially having financial difficulty. Badly packed kebab, the vulva, especially one with wrinkly, protruding labia. Badly packed kebabs, plural of badly packed kebab. Aliyaf, alternative spelling of badly off. Badosh, alternative spelling of badmesh. Badmashes, plural of badmosh. Navan, a surname transferred from the nickname. Badmans, plural of Batman. Badbash, a rogue, ruffian, or miscreant. Badmashes, plural of Badmash. Badvan, plural of Batman. Badvan, an administrator or moderator who behaves badly. Badmans, plural of Badman. Badminton, a small village and civil parish in South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 8082. Badminton ball. Shuttlecock. Badminton balls, plural of badminton ball. Badminton court, an indoor court on which the game of badminton is played. Badminton courts, plural of badminton court. Badminton player, a person who plays badminton, especially professionally. Badminton players, plural of badminton player. Badminton racket, a light, long-handled racket used to hit a shuttlecock in the game of badminton. Badminton rackets, plural of badminton racket. Badmintonists, a badminton player. Badmintonists, plural of badmintonists. Badmintons, plural of badminton. Badminton, misspelling of badminton. Badnow, to criticize or malign, especially unfairly or spitefully. Badnows, simple past and past participle of badmouth. Badmouther, one who badmouths somebody or something. Badmouthers, plural of badmouther. Badmouthing, present participle and gerund of badmouth. Badmouths, third person singular simple present indicative of badmouth. Badnaviral, relating to badnaviruses. Badnavirus, any of the genus Badnavirus of plant viruses in the family Columnoviridae. Badnaviruses, plural of badnavirus. Badness, the quality or degree of being that. Badnesses, plural of badness. Badne, a bad or wicked person. Badnex, plural of badnik. Bada, a municipality of Ilocos. North Philippines. Badablan, describing those Italian soldiers who chose to stay faithful to the Italian crown, and then Army Commander General Badablito after September 8, 1943, during World War II, as the fascist regime fell in Italy and the Italian army was left without a lead as King Victor Emmanuel Roman III fled the country. Adalato, a surname from Italian. Adalatos, plural of Badaleto. Badon, a surname. Badai, a county of Enchi Prefecture, Hubei, China. Batam Ketunk, alternative form of Baton Kadunk. Batam Ketonks, plural of Batong Katong. Bathunker, a large female breast. Batunkers, plural of Batonker. Batons, plural of Baton. Batter, a surname. Batters, plural of batter. Madrina, a surname. Bads, plural of bad. Bads up, third person singular simple present indicative of bad up. Batsy, a village and civil parish served by Batsy and Aldington Parish Council in Wychavon District, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 0743. Vata, alternative form of Padisha. Bachas, plural of Bacha. Batsong, markedly bad, characteristically bad. Bad-tempered, alternative spelling of bad-tempered. Badthink, synonym of wrongthink. Adu, a surname from. Ada, a surname. Baduanjin, alternative spelling of Baduanjin. Badoas, plural of Badua. Baduhana, a goddess in Germanic paganism. Vada, alternative letter case form of Badak. Badala, a city and district, the capital of Yuva Province, Sri Lanka. Vadan, a bad thing or person. Badam Kedunk, voluptuous buttocks, especially of a woman. Badan Kedunks, plural of Badan Kadunk. Badans, plural of Bat-un. Madura, a surname. Baduras, plural of Badura. Badakasi, negative comments and disparagement of a person or organization that is spread online or by word of mouth. Badvocate, one who engages in bad advocacy. Badvocates, plural of badvocate. Badware, malware. Badwater Basin, an endorheic basin in Death Valley, California, the lowest elevation point in North America. Badwill, negative goodwill, i.e. if the price is less than the fair market value. Bachelor fun, enjoyment derived from playing role-playing games in an incorrect, improper, or unethical way. Beatty, a surname. Beatties, plural of Beatty. A, alternative letter case form of B. British Aerospace. A, initialism of British Aerospace. A, is surname from Korean. Vacation, a romantic vacation for two taken with one's B or sexual partner. Vacations, plural of vacation. Ada, a phenol found in Bekia related to aspidinol. The, simple past and past participle of be. Medecker, a long-established series of travel guidebooks. Baedeker Raid, any of a series of raids by the Luftwaffe on historic English cities during the Second World War. Baedeker Raids, plural of Baedeker Raid. Baedekers, alternative spelling of Baedeker. Edidie, relating to Karl Baedeker 1801-1859, German publisher, or the series of authoritative tourist guidebooks that he introduced. Baedekers, alternative spelling of Baedeker. The, a surname. This, plural of Beher. I, present participle, and gerund of be. Be, a surname from Korean. Baekgyu. Alternative form of Baekdu. That, an ancient kingdom in modern Korea, one of the three kingdoms existing from 18 BCE to 660 CE at its maximum, covering most of modern Western South Korea. Biz, plural of beek. Well, a tropical fruit tree from India, Eagle Marmelos. Well, a surname. Vals, plural of Baal. Valas, lacking a significant other, single, not in a relationship. Valas, plural of Baal. Vana, a surname. Vanas, plural of Bina. Vena, any of the extinct turtles in a family, Binidae. Venans, plural of Benin. Venapod, one of the thoracic legs of arthropods. Venapods, plural of Benapod. Pedestin. A psilocybin mushroom alkaloid, an analog of psilocybin. It is a synonym of endospore, vegetative spore. Asites, plural of Biaceae. There, a surname from German. Beryl law, synonym of Bear-Babinet law. Bear-Babinet law, a law describing how the river formation is influenced by the Earth's rotation. Erosion occurs mostly on the right banks of rivers in the northern hemisphere and the left banks of rivers in the southern hemisphere. Verba, a surname from German. Verga, a surname from Spanish. Vergas, plural of Berga. Bera, a surname. Behrman technique, a means of collecting larvae from a fecal sample suspended in water in which they sink to the bottom. Behrmanization, alternative form of Behrmanization. Behrmanization, the use of the Behrman technique. Vershai, a surname. It, plural of B. As a barangay of Quezon City, Metro Manila, Philippines. Bere, describing a region of southern Spain, the mountain range that dominates it, and the language spoken there. Veda, any member of the family Beatidae of mayflies. Maidids, plural of Bede. Maidjer, a surname. Majors, plural of Beatjer. Bechili, plural of Beachulis. Bechulis, alternative form of Beethile sacred stone. Richeria, an extensive ancient territory in the southern part of the Iberian Peninsula in modern Spain, situated between the middle and lower coasts of the Guadiana and the Guadalquivir rivers. Beethile, a meteorite or similar-looking rough stone thought to be of divine origin and worshipped as sacred. Beetali, plural of Beetulus. Beetilic, of or relating to a beetile. Beetiles, plural of beetile. Beeteles, alternative form of beetile sacred stone. Iowa, a surname from German. Iowa, synonym of chlorocalcite. Azat, a surname. Baeyer villager oxidation, an organic reaction that forms an ester from a ketone or a lactone from a cyclic ketone using peroxyacids or peroxides as the oxidant. Baeyer villager oxidations, plural of Baeyer villager oxidation. What? A surname. Thou, a surname. Bezier-Sconnet algorithm, synonym of Bitap algorithm. That, plural of Biza. Baz, plural of Baez. That, British Allergy Foundation. Mofana, the Men's National Association football soccer representative team of South Africa. 70. The Nun language spoken in the northwest region of Cameroon by approximately 17,000 speakers. Avao. Either species of polyprion, the wreckfishes. Mef. Initialism of below average frustrated chump. Mef. Plural of back. Baphertis, a monoclinic gammatic mineral containing barium, hydrogen, iron, manganese, oxygen, silicon, and titanium. Baphethina. The anicancer agent 4,3 3-dimethylamino-pyridine 1-il-methylene 4-methyl 3,4-pyrimidine 5-il-pyrimidine 2-il-aminophenol L3-trifluoromethyl-benzimide. Initialism of B-cell activating factor. Ascertaining. Simple past and past participle of bath. Nast out. Worn out, exhausted, in dilapidated condition. Bathed out. Alternative spelling of bathed out. That alternative form of Baffy. That is plural of Baffy. Avon, an English surname. Avonte, a sea between Greenland and Nunavut. Baffin Island, a large island of Nunavut, Canada, north of the Canadian mainland. Baffinland, synonym of Baffin Island. Baffy, present participle and gerund of Baff. Baffing spoon, a golf club equivalent to a number 7 wood. Baffing spoons, plural of baffing spoon. Ow, to confuse or perplex someone completely, to bewilder, to confound, to puzzle. Baffle painting. Paintwork used as camouflage. Baffleodal, able to be baffled. Bafflectomies, plural of bafflectomy. Bafflectomy, the removal of baffles from stock motorcycle exhaust canisters. Baffled, simple past and past participle of baffle. Baffledly, in bafflement, in a baffled manner. Baffled, pretentious, incomprehensible, or overly technical language, especially legal or bureaucratic jargon. Bafflegat, simple past and past participle of bafflegav. Baffledapping, present participle and gerund of bafflegav. Bafflebat, third person singular simple present indicative of bafflegav. Bafflement, the result or state of being baffled, confused, or puzzled. Bafflements, plural of bafflement. Baffler, something that causes a person to be baffled, particularly a difficult puzzle or riddle. Bafflers, plural of baffler. Baffles, plural of baffle. Baffleless, second person singular simple present indicative of baffle. Bafflestone, a kind of calcareous rock where organisms have acted as baffles during deposition, reducing the local depositional energy. Bafflestones, plural of bafflestone. Baffle, third person singular simple present indicative of baffle. Baffling, present participle and gerund of baffle. Baffling wind, a wind that frequently shifts from one point to another. Baffling winds, plural of baffling wind. Bafflingly, in a baffling or puzzling manner. Bafflingness, the characteristic of being baffling, mysteriousness. Baffling is plural of baffling. Bafffound, to perplex, to bewilder. Bafffounded, simple past and past participle of bafffound. Bafffounding, present participle and gerund of bafffound. Bafffoundings, plural of bafffounding. Bafffounds, Third person singular simple present indicative of found. Baths. Third person singular simple present indicative of bath. That. An obsolete wooden golf club with high loft. Ave. A Bantu language spoken in Cameroon. Baphylamycin. A of a family of toxic macrolide antibiotics derived from Streptomyces dosis. Baphylamycins. Plural of baphylamycin. They've. A river that runs through Guinea and Mali. Baphanovirus. Any piscine virus of the genus Baphanovirus. Baphanoviruses. Plural of Baphanovirus. Bala. A kind of Indian baked dough ball, often served with dal. Bahousum. The capital of the West Region, Cameroon. Bath. Alternative form of a baft. Mafta. A mask sculpture similar in purpose to an Oscar awarded for excellence in film, television, etc. Mafta. Alternative form of BAFTA. Bati. Alternative form of BAFTA type of fabric. Bati is plural of BAFTI. BAFTA. Alternative form of BAFTA fabric. BAFTAs. Plural of BAFTA. BAFTA. Plural of BAFTA. BAFTAs. Plural of BAFTA. Maths. Plural of BAFT. Malamira. A Bantu ethnic group from Kisoro district in southwestern Uganda. Batha. The Eastern Grassfields language spoken in Cameroon. A soft container made out of cloth, paper, thin plastic, etc., and open at the top, used to hold food, commodities, and other goods. Bag and baggage. All one's possessions. Bad and ban. The suicide technique of combining an overdose with a plastic bag placed over the head and secured with an elastic band. Bag and tag. To place a corpse in a body bag and attach an identification tag to the bag. Bag barrow. Synonym of hand truck. Bag barrows. Plural of bag barrow. Bag boy. A male bagger retail employee who bags customers' purchases. Bag boys. Plural of bag boy. Bag down. To anchor a kite balloon or blimp down with weighted bags. Bag for life. A reusable shopping bag. Especially one that the retailer commits to replacing when it wears out. Bag gas. Natural gas for use as fuel in the home, which has been stored in an inflated plastic bag as form of improvised storage device, with the bag being disconnected and refilled as needed, especially such gas which has to be carried some distance back to the home in the bag. Bag jog. Synonym of black bag operation. Bag knot. A type of knot often used by millers to fasten the neck of a sack of grain or flour. Bag knots. Plural of bag knot. Bag ladies. Plural of bag lady. Bag lady. A homeless woman who carries her possessions with her in bags. Bag lunch. A packed lunch supplied in a bag. Bag lunches. Plural of bag lunch. Bagman. Alternative spelling of bagman. Bagmen. Plural of bagman. Alternative spelling of bagmen. Bag nasties. Plural of bag nasty. Bag nasty. A packed lunch supplied in a bag. Bag of antlers. An emaciated woman, frequently a model or actress, who looks so underweight that her bones and joints stretch out her skin, similar to how a burlap sack filled with deer or elk antlers would. Bag of bones. a skinny, malnourished person or animal. Bag of dicks, a rude, obnoxious, or contemptible person. Bag of fruit, a suit clothing. Bag of holding, a magical bag that can hold an infinite amount of items. Bag of mystery, a sausage. Bag of nerves, a very nervous person. Bag of rations, a fussy or overly zealous military superior. Bag of shells, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see bag, shell. Bag of tricks, a set of skills, techniques, items of information, or other resources used to help achieve professional or personal goals. Bag of waters, synonym of amniotic sac. Bag of weasels, something that has pronounced weaselly characteristics such as pettiness, bad temper, and deviousness. Bag of wind, a windbag, a tiresomely talkative person. Bag of words, the collection of words from an unprocessed text without regard to grammar, a collection of word unigrams. Bag off, to date someone, to hook up with someone, to make out or have sex with someone. Bag out, to criticize someone. Bag people, small-scale peddlers or traders operating in the wake of economic and political collapse, often having been displaced from the cities into the countryside. Bag phone, an early mobile phone consisting of a handset attached by a cord to a bag containing a transceiver and battery pack. Bag phones, plural of bag phone. Bag plum, synonym of bladder plum. Bag pudding, any of various types of dessert pudding that are cooked in a bag. Bag puddings, plural of bag pudding. Bag reef, the fourth or lower reef of a topsail. Bag reefs, plural of bag reef. Bag silo, a storage system consisting of large, heavy-duty plastic tubes used to store bulk materials. Bag silos, plural of bag silo. Bag snatcher, a thief who snatches a handbag, shoulder bag, rucksack, etc. from the person carrying it. Bag snatchers, plural of bag snatcher. Bag up, to put into a bag. Bag valve mask, a bag used to resuscitate a patient by supplying air or oxygen directly to the trachea and into the lungs. Bag valve masks, plural of bag valve mask. Bag wig, an 18th century wig, the back hair of which was enclosed in an ornamental bag. Bag wigs, plural of bag wig. Bag carrier, a person who carries someone's bags. Bag carrier, plural of bag carrier. Bag and box, a container for storing, transporting, and dispensing liquids, consisting of a strong bladder, usually made of several layers of metallized film or other plastics, seated inside a corrugated fiberboard box. Ario, a barangay of Tapaz, Capiz, Philippines. Anabao, a barangay of the municipality of Leyte, province of Leyte, Philippines. Bata, a municipality of Bataan, Philippines. Bagakay, a barangay of Abayag, Leyte, Philippines. Bagaceratopsid, any dinosaur of the genus Bagaceratops. Bagaceratopsids, plural of Bagaceratopsid. Vadat, a Breton band composed of bagpipes, bombards, and drums. Bagadian, a barangay of Libmanan, Camarines Sur, Philippines. Vadat, plural of Bagat. Vagakay, a barangay of Ozamis, Misamis Occidental, Philippines. Vagalay, a barangay of Tayum, Abra, Philippines. Bagimlan, a barangay of Lubmanan, Camarines Sur, Philippines. Batman, a town in the Mandalay region, Myanmar, formerly known as Pagan. Baganda, the Ganda people of Uganda. Bagdanji, alternative spelling of Baganji. Dagna, a municipality of Davao Oriental, Philippines. Batanur, a city and district of Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. Vagnarap, broken down, broken, wrecked, messed up. Badass, alternative form of badass. Badass, the residue from processing sugar cane after the juice is extracted. Bagasses, plural of bagasse. Bagassosis, a pneumoconiosis caused by the inhalation of dust from sugarcane processing. Bagat away, alternative form of bagat away. Bagatelle, a trifle, an insubstantial thing. Bagatelle, simple past and past participle of bagatelle. Bagatelles, plural of bagatelle. Bagatelling, present participle and gerund of bagatelle. Bagatelize, alternative form of bagatelize. Bagatelize, simple past and past participle of bagatelize. Bagatelizes, third person singular simple present indicative of bagatelize. Bagatelizing, present participle and gerund of bagatelize. Bagatelize, to regard as a bagatelle, to play down, trivialize, or belittle. Bagatelize, simple past and past participle of bagatelize. Bagatelizes, third person singular simple present indicative of bagatelize. Bagatelizing, present participle and gerund of bagatelize. Bagatine, an old Italian coin. Bagatines, plural of bagatine. Bagade, groups of peasant insurgents in the western parts of the later Roman Empire. Dadme, a barangay of Quezon City, Metro Manila, Philippines. Bagagwin, a barangay of Makayan, Bulacan, Philippines. Baggue, a man or boy employed to put clients' purchases, for example groceries, into bags at the checkout line of a store. Baggues, plural of bagboy. Babi, a place name. Bagbies, plural of Bagby. Baghdad, dated spelling of Baghdad, the capital city of Iraq. Baghdad boil, alternative spelling of Baghdad boil. Baghdad boils, plural of Baghdad boil. Baghdadi, alternative form of Baghdadi. Baghdadian, alternative form of Baghdadian. Baghdadians, plural of Baghdadian. Baghdadis, plural of Baghdadi. Bagdasarian, a surname from Armenian. Bagdasarians, plural of Bagdasarian. Baghdad, obsolete form of Baghdad. Badi, a particular Bhil tribe of India. Nagrai, the carrying of one's luggage to the airfield in preparation for a scheduled flight. Bagtrads, plural of Bagrai. Vaidyat, a surname. Bajhoshan, of or relating to Walter Bagehot 1826-1877, English journalist, businessman, and essayist. Bagao, a toroidal bread roll that is boiled before it is baked. Bagel Belt, a region inhabited by many Jews. Bagel Belts, plural of Bagel Belt. Bagel Bender, adieu. Bagel Benders, plural of Bagel Bender. Nago Girl, A woman with an adult-looking body and childish facial features in the context of Korean pop culture. Bagel girls. Plural of bagel girl. Bagel head. A person who has a temporary circular body modification to the forehead created by saline injection. Bagel heads. Plural of bagel head. Bagel hound. Alternative form of bagel hound. Bagel hounds. Plural of bagel hound. Bagels. Simple past and past participle of bagel. Bageling. Present participle and gerund of bagel. Bagels. Simple past and past participle of bagel. Bageling. Present participle and gerund of bagel. Bageries. Plural of bagery. Bagery. A bagel shop. Bagels. Plural of bagel. Bage nouse down. Synonym of Muine Beag, Ireland. Maidiki. Synonym of Bagchai, the Mandarin Chinese-derived name. Badger Hat District. One of the 10 districts in the Khulna division of Bangladesh. Bages. A comarca in central Catalonia, Spain. Battle. An amount, the contents of one full bag. Battles. Plural of bagful. The. A surname. Battles. Plural of bagful. Bagable. Capable of being packed into bags. Baggage. Portable cases, large bags, and similar equipment for manually carrying, pushing, or pulling personal items while traveling. Baggage agent. A baggage handler. Baggage agents. Plural of baggage agent. Baggage car. A railway vehicle and passenger trains used to carry passengers' heavy luggage, a luggage van. Baggage carousel. A machine that delivers checked luggage to the passengers at the baggage claim area at their final destination. The luggage rotates in the carousel until it is picked up. Baggage carousels. Plural of baggage carousel. Baggage cars. Plural of baggage car. Baggage cart. A luggage cart. Baggage carts. Plural of baggage cart. Baggage jack. The part of a boarding pass or a separate stub that identifies the passenger's baggage and permits it to be collected at the destination. Baggage checks. Plural of baggage check. Baggage claim. The designated location for receiving checked luggage, such as the baggage carousels at an airport. Baggage claims. Plural of baggage claim. Baggage handler. One employed at airports to move baggage and other cargo between the aeroplanes and the terminal. Baggage handlers. Plural of baggage handler. Baggage hold. Cargo bin, luggage hold. Baggage holds. Plural of baggage hold. Baggage reclaim. The designated location for receiving checked luggage such as the baggage carousels at an airport. Baggage reclaims. Plural of baggage reclaim. Baggage scanner. A type of X-ray machine used to scan luggage, especially in airports. Baggage train. The logistical transport accompanying a military force. Baggage van. Synonym of baggage car. Baggage vans. Plural of baggage van. Baggage smasher. A railway porter or conductor. Baggage smashers. Plural of baggage smasher. Baggageless. Not having any baggage. Baggageman. A railway employee who is in charge of the baggage car, storing and retrieving passengers' baggage and sometimes handling mail. Baggage master. A person in charge of the baggage at a railway station. Baggage masters. Plural of baggage master. Baggageman, plural of baggagemen. Baggager, one who takes care of baggage, a camp follower. Baggagers, plural of baggager. Baggages, plural of baggage. Amal, a traditional two-masted sailing vessel used in the Arabian Sea and Persian Gulf. Agalas, plural of bagala. Bagao, a municipality of Cagayan, Philippines. Bavara, a grouping of Arab ethnic groups inhabiting the portion of Africa's Sahel mainly between Lake Chad and southern Kordofan. Bagataway, a Native American game resembling lacrosse. Med, simple past and past participle of bag. Bag and tag, simple past and past participle of bag and tag. Bag off, simple past and past participle of bag off. Bag out, simple past and past participle of bag out. Bagged up, simple past and past participle of bag up. Bagger, one who bags. Bagrui, a surname. Bagro is, plural of baggerly. Bagres, plural of bagger. Bad, a surname. Bagnets, plural of bagget. Bev, someone connected with West Bromwich Albion Football Club